Hey, so that was like about as dumb as I thought it was gonna be. So that's cool. But like right at the last second, like right when the countdown started, I was like, wait, I have a few videos. Let me just put them up. So I just stuck them all up there. They need a lot of work though. So I mean, I didn't know how this was gonna go. I thought it was gonna look silly because usually AI is like that, and plus I'm really gonna like put it to the test with some scenes, and who knows what would happen. So pretty much I'm surprised at how well it works, but it's not like we're fooling anyone, you know? So it's not like that. But I think it could get to that. So I've seen people are getting better and better at this, and like the AI models and stuff are getting better and better. So I do think that I think we're close to the level of like actually fooling people, that it's different kind of editing and not just, throw it in the AI. But I decided to go live because I'm actually cooking some. I'm going to be cooking these for a little while longer. And so I thought, hey, let's stream it. And plus, I wanted to test out the private stream. Let me check Discord. I think everything's plugged in. So I wanted to test the bot and stuff. But look at this ridiculousness. I just wanted to see if this would work. I'm using a GPU on the cloud. I started all of this on my GPU. And then I was like, okay, this works. Then I launched a cloud GPU because it's bigger. And I want to see if it would go faster. And I think it is going faster. But these still take way too long. Like this WAN model is good, but it takes forever. So this is what this one looks like. And I was like, there's no way it's going to be able to do this scene because, I mean, the speed bag is just right in front of his face. So I was like, there's no way. But it tried. And what came out was actually a little funny looking, but it kind of like blends in and out. Like the thing about this AI is like they use the word hallucinate, but video is like literally an LSD trip sometimes. Like stuff just blends into each other and stuff happens. And it's like, so you're on acid while you're watching this crap. But that is pretty cool though. I mean, it's like it detected, because up here, if you look at this analysis that it did of the pose, you can see the hand kind of flashing by. That's what that little flicker is. Like, it's like, left, right, left. And you can see the hands. And then this is what the mask looks like. So it's going to take all that stuff that's black. The AI is going to fill in with my picture. And then I just put this picture here because, well, that guy. And then it did that. So pretty damn close for like no editing, just, plug everything in, which took quite a while. And also you can't say that the AI is less work. This is not lazy. This is like, you may as well just edit it the hard way after you get all this stuff working. But the thing is, once you get it working, then you should be able to just feed stuff into it. So let's feed more stuff into it. It's hungry. We got to feed it. We got to find something to feed it. Which one's next? And I think one of them came out kind of bad. It was, by the way, I'm going to feed it. But I got to say first, YouTube is, I don't even know what word to use for what YouTube did. Like YouTube totally found every single time I showed a clip on the screen, it gave a copyright notification. I had like 20 copyrights from the last live stream just from showing like the clips that I downloaded on the screen. And at the beginning of the stream today, I already saw the alerts start going off. So it detected the rocky background from these AI videos that I made. And it's already copyright striking those on YouTube as we speak. So that's some crazy copyright technology. That's a little bit like crossing the line. So that sucks. YouTube should definitely. But I mean, I get it. If they're going to use that technology, there's no way they can analyze everything and know what my intention is when using it. You know, I could contest it, but I don't think anyone really cares. I think it's in the interest of copyright holders to, like, you know, demonetize everything they can so they can take the money. They're never going to side with me. But anyway, Private Stream is never going to do that, and Twitch is not doing that yet, which is good. They do copyrights on music, but at least they're not doing it on the video itself. So if this gets too crazy, I'll probably stop YouTube. And then, you know, for people that hate Twitch or want to watch the private stream is up right now. So just, yeah, rip. So just look at Discord, and maybe I'll plug it a few more times, like, you know, just to get people testing out the private stream. The private stream is so, like, it's so pure and simple. You know, all it is it's the live video stream with sub-second latency. And it's like half the bit rate, but it's also H.265. So it's HEVC and Opus. So the audio quality will be higher on the private stream, but the video quality will be at least equal to probably Twitch, because I lowered the bit rate because we're going sub-second latency. I don't know. We could, like, later we'll put up the bitrate, but not until I'm playing games or something. If I go into games, then we'll just, like, push the bitrate as far as it'll work for you guys. And there's no transcoding or anything. It's completely source quality. It's really the only quality I like. I think it's the quality most people like. Like, sometimes streamers or people who are stream enthusiasts will come and they'll say stuff like, half the people watch on mobile. And, that may be true. You might be watching on a mobile device right now, but you're probably watching on your home Ethernet. So you're not, like, in line at Burger King or McDonald's on mobile with low signal and data limits trying to watch my stream. And if you are, well, you better get your ass back to your Wi-Fi, because when I put the bitrate up, then you're not going to want to be in line at McDonald's when that happens. It still might work. It still might work fine. For most people, it will work just fine. But for some people, so anyway, people are dumb because they think you can't stream high bit rates to Twitch viewers. But we actually know you can, because we've already tested it. We tested that, like, way back when there wasn't as much bit rate as there is now. So now we know it's fine. Okay, so which one of these is next? I saw there was one scene here. Hey, Demon Wolf is here. What's up? You can stream at 2K nowadays? We could, especially on the private stream. I mean, I could do 4K. We don't want to do 4K, but we will do 1440. You know why I'm not streaming 1440 right now? Is because I was too lazy to upgrade all of my OBS scenes. I have a million OBS scenes. And I was like, oh, let's stream 1440 today. And then I was like, oh, never mind. There's too many scenes. I got to fix them all first. So we just have to fix them. And then this what I'm doing right now would actually look better at 1440. I need to. But also remember, Twitch is not limited to 6,000 kbps. The limit is actually a little bit above 8,000 kbps, and it always has been. And all the people who said it was 6,000 were lying to you, including Twitch themselves. So the truth is, the real number is 8,000, and that's what we're streaming right now on Twitch. So you can go into your window, and you can look at the stats, and you'll see we're streaming right about an average of 8,000 to 8,100. And I tailored it just so it goes right under the limit of Twitch, so we don't poke the dragon. So up here's the dragon, and it bites. It's snippy. Nowadays it is. This is the dragon up here. And what we do is we go right there. And the dragon is still sleeping. And we have the highest quality stream on Twitch. Well, 1080 anyway. But when we go 1440, well then, it'll really be the highest quality. Why does Twitch limit you? They won't. Oh, it down. Anything over it downsamples it. Oh, really? So that might be something new. If you go above 6,000, they force transcode you 6,000. Oh, please tell me they're not doing that, because they didn't used to do that. It used to be they'll force downscale me too. If I go above 8,000, they'll force force transcode. But try it again, man. I think see if you can trick it into letting you stream 8,000 and just see. But it's different too. Like for partners get, the pull down. Affiliates also get pulled down. Maybe sometimes, like, I don't know, most of the time, affiliates can chime in and say what's happening, lately. And then non-affiliates, maybe you just have to stream source. So I probably would, as non-affiliate, I would probably stick to 6,000, unless they let you go above it. If they could, I mean, look, guys, if you can, my philosophy is, unless they're physically holding you back, okay, and if that's true, then yes, they might hold you back. But if they're not, make your stream look how you want to look. And I get in arguments with people about this all the time. Like some people on Reddit, like keyboard warriors will be like, I'll see some keyboard warriors on Reddit saying like, you're really shooting yourself in the foot if you stream above 6,000, even if you're doing that, you're shooting yourself in the foot because all your viewers are not going to be able to watch your stream. And I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. And they'll say, oh, well, I've been on Twitch, streaming on Twitch since like 10 years ago. And I'm like, well, if that were true, then you would know you can stream at high bit rates and people will still watch your stream. They're not going to go away if you're streaming at high bit rates. There might be one person who can't watch the stream at a higher bit rate. And so, okay, for that person, you can lower your bit rate. But if you have a lot of people watching, or you intend to have a lot of people watching, then you're not going to make your stream look like the least it would look like for the person who has the worst internet. To me, anyway, I would personally, if that were happening to me, I would personally try to help that person get higher bit rate, because I'll be streaming high bit rate. That's how. You got an ad, Demon Wolf? Sorry about I'm not sorry. I'm not going to apologize for Twitch's crap. We have the private stream going on too. So if you want to help test the private stream and you don't want any ads, you can go on the private stream if you want. It's in the Discord. So the private stream is actually sub-second latency, and we're just testing it. I don't know if it works everywhere in the world, but it worked right away in Australia. So if it works in Australia, then that probably means it's going to work anywhere in the world. It probably even works in Kazakhstan. Oh, we got some Borat. We got some Borat scenes to do. Crazy Diamond says, streaming your privates? Well, I wanted to, but Miss Psynaps told me that I couldn't. I was just going to just bloop there. There we go, because I'm an old man. It just look like I give a shit. I don't give a shit. I just, that thing might just come out anyway, accidentally, Whoops. I might not even mean to, and that thing might come out. So, yeah, that could happen. But we'll try not to. Wardrobe malfunction, exactly. Ray Breaker says the buffer I had on your streams 10 years ago was horrid. 1 minute behind everyone else. 10 plus years ago, we had a hard time. I actually started doing collabs with, even before I was working with Swifty, I was doing some collabs on YouTube And Sada, who comes to the stream pretty regularly, he's in Australia, and he was at the time. I don't know if he still is now. I think he's somewhere else. But we try to like just share videos to Australia just for collaboration, and it was very hard. And the only thing that worked was Dropbox. It was the only way you could send like a small video. But Sada's Australian. Yeah, but he lives all over around the world. Like he gets different jobs and stuff. But yeah, Sada's an Aussie. Your link in Discord, I can't hear audio. Oh really? Let me check it. I'll fix it. Oh, there's no audio here. I'm fixing it. Okay, try now. Good call. Yeah, because it's a second OBS. You want to see what it looks like? Okay. I'll show you what it looks like. This is what I'm doing. This is some wicked hacks right here. Look at this. Let me just minimize all these windows I got so we could see it. So there it is. So the one on the right is streaming to Twitch and YouTube. And look carefully at the bitrate down there. 8,000. Now, on the left side, that's the private stream. And you know how I'm getting the private stream on here? Because the webcam didn't work last time. I'm using the virtual camera. So I'm just playing the virtual camera feed on the private stream. So you get the audio. It's not a copy of the audio. It's a real, encoded audio on the private stream. But the video is coming from the other OBS. That way I can share the camera, because it wasn't letting me do 2 cameras last time. And then what else is special? Oh yeah, so the bitrate is lower on the private stream, and that's because it's source quality. But the nutty thing about this is it's HEVC. So this is higher quality than Twitch supports, although they are supporting more HEVC lately, but I don't think anybody's even using it. But I'm doing a variable bitrate with the target quality. So it's kind of an experiment. These settings are not normal, but they work because we're streaming and you're watching it over WebRTC. So I'm actually sending it at SRT, low latency SRT, HEVC, but compatible with WebRTC, which I can turn around the stream to you, to the people consuming the stream, to the viewers, at full bit rate at about 400 milliseconds, about 200 to 400 milliseconds, glass to glass. So like before I can raise my hand, you're seeing me live. So that's kind of cool on the private stream. Okay, I'll move this back over here. It's kind of legit. Isn't that like some small, subtle, like niceties of the private stream? Could you call it that? Could we call it niceties? It has some rather nice things to it. I think it's kind of nice. So 2 OBS means you can say and do whatever you want on the other stream. That's right, Mr. Demon Wolf. Yes, that's right. That, as you can imagine, is something that opens our creative possibilities, does it not? Yeah. Mac OS does not limit anything. You can basically have as many apps. Use the cam. Okay. I don't know. Okay, I understand. That's good. I don't know why Windows did that, but it has to do with my cam link, I think. Yeah, that's right too, because the virtual camera can go as many copies of that as you want, I think, and with OBS, with Windows. But the cam link doesn't seem to do that. So it's probably a Windows thing, huh? So you do M2 Mac Mini. Have you tried running AI on those? I hear those are some AI machines due to the way the RAM works. So I think people are actually running those Macs to do this kind of stuff. I don't know if Comfy works on the Macs. That'd be interesting to know. It only has, it's the base one, so it has 8 gigabytes. Okay. Yeah, so it's not the one that has all the big memory versions. Those are the ones that people are trying to use for the AI. Because VRAM is so hard. Like right now I'm actually paying for the server. So let's put the server to work, because this server costs at least $1 an hour. Okay, which is we're not gonna, like, you know, burn down our credit card all the way with this, unless you leave it on for a couple months. Then you'll be sorry. But for tonight, it's not going to be too bad. It just costs a couple of bucks. But what I'm hoping is that it outputs some very valuable gems. It's what I am hoping. So it's going to pay for itself in lulls. And, you know, the funny thing about that is that you're thinking, oh, is that so, Psynaps? Who's going to be lulling you? Yes, you may lull with me if you wish. But just know that I'll be lolling no matter what. Yep, definitely. There was one that came out kind of messed up. It was this one right here. And another thing too, I was telling Raybreaker earlier, is YouTube is like copyright notifying me when I open these videos. So watch, when I open this video, I'll get an alert from YouTube saying, you're demonetized. The world hates you, and stuff to that effect when I open these. I can't believe it's copyright algorithms have gotten that advanced. It's blowing my mind. I think it's this one maybe. Yeah, so look, tell me if you like, he morphs into Rocky. Do you like it when he morphs into Rocky? I don't think he should morph into Rocky. I think it's it looks like a mistake. But it's also kind of cool because you know it's Rocky. So when you see Rocky, it's like, okay. You know, I kind of thought that effect was kind of cool. It was not intentional, but it's kind of cool. So I'm going to put that one in there again just to see if we can actually get it right. I think it's this one. Yeah, so this is the original clip. And here we go. We're starting it off. This is what it looks like. So I'm going to upload it to this server. I have no idea where in the world this server is. I'm sure I can look it up. But it's going up. This is a cloud server, and it's got a big GPU, like 48 gigabytes. It's a L40S. So it's got like 48 gigabytes of VRAM, and it's got like 100 gigabytes of RAM. So when you're really pissed off with going on these models, then you just do what I'm doing, and you're like, don't worry about it. There's going to be extra VRAM there. Oh, before I run that, let me save this one. Sorry for the loud sound that's going to come out when I mouse over this. But, oh, maybe I can save it over here. Yeah, Dezo, it's $1 an hour. Yeah. It's more like it's run pod, so it's like 80 cents an hour for this one, or maybe like 77 cents. You can get cheaper ones too, and you can get more expensive ones. You know, the ones that are like $5 an hour, the really big ones. I don't have a reason to use those. I really don't want to like pay to play with them. I play with so many GPUs on the cloud. I'm not running out to like try a big GPU. In fact, I wish we could get a lot of this done without having to use big GPUs. And I think we will as the workflows get better. But for now, I'm kind of in the middle of the road with the L40, which is probably like a 4000 series GPU. So it's going to be like a 4090. Maybe it's going to be like a 4080 or a 4090 juiced up with VRAM and more bandwidth and stuff. It's probably something like that in terms of the speed. All right, let me save this. We're going to save it from the cloud to our clips. Let me make sure it's the right one. There it is. I mean, these are like, you know, you can look at it multiple ways. You can say, okay, this is pretty freaking mediocre, all right, in terms of what we're looking at here. On the other hand, you could be like blown away by it and be like, holy smokes, like this is naughty. Like you could just replace the whole face like just like that, you know. So I don't know where you guys stand on this, but where I stand is like, ooh, let's see how far we can take this. Like let's push it, let's break it, and let's not even care what comes out. If it's complete garbage, then it is what it is. We learned a lot from it, you know, or what'll happen is if you do enough of these, even if they are garbage, if you do enough, you know there's going to be one that comes out that's going to be like, lol, lol, lol. Those are the ones I'm looking for. I'm looking for a lulzy one. Okay, so I put this other one here. I'm going to click go. And then we're just going to watch paint dry as these cook. Well, we're not going to do that. I have Premiere open in the background. I'm still cutting some more clips. We'll do that, but let's just see a little bit as this works. Get a gist of how fast this L40S is. See, you know, nobody streams this stuff. You know what? I should message someone. I feel like there's someone I should tell, like Reddit or something that I'm streaming this, because no one streams this stuff. Like I would like to know what an L40 looks like before I go and buy one, you know, and here it is. So I'll send a message. The Pixarama Discord is pretty good. I'm streaming an L40S. Because to know what the So have you guys tried anything interesting on Comfy? Like, what have you guys discovered, if anything? Now, let me check how this went. I know this went good because the last one went pretty well, and it looks like the pose and the oh, wait. Oh, that's why it phased out of the other one, because it appears it lost the mask right there. Yeah, so even though I'm running this again with different settings, I think it's still going to fail. So there's probably like a mask setting in here somewhere. I'm just going to let it keep running, but where is the mask? Like, if there was some kind of threshold or something, I think that would help. I wonder if I used scale algorithm for the pose, if that would change, if that would help anything. Because this is the SAM2 segmentation. So this is what creating this mask. Okay, so I told it to sync the preview. Let's look at these. Look at the pose. Ah, so the pose seems fine whenever the mask is lost. So that makes me think, well, the pose is like it kind of gets lost, I guess. So if it's the pose's fault, we might fix the pose instead of having to fix the mask, maybe. Kind of talking it out as I do it. Hey, glad you guys are joining on the Discord side too, because that's where I do the things. That's where the doodles are gonna go. All right, let's check out what options we have here. So we're using VIP pose large, which is like one of a few ways to do this. It seems probably not the best way, but clearly a very effective way. Mostly, sometimes. And that's just the growing the mask. And the blockify. Nothing crazy there. There's no settings on that. This is the SAM2 model. It's the base plus. I was wondering what the large would look like, but I don't think... I'll try changing that, but I think it's probably this pose thing. So I don't know if I should do it tonight. I think tonight I just want to run a bunch of videos through it, and then while the videos are running, maybe we can try swapping out the pose and put in the scale pose in here and see if that works. I don't even know if it works. I'm learning. Like, I don't know enough about this to be able to predict too much, but if I can take out this pose system and slide in this more advanced, more contemporary pose system, it might lead to a better mask as well, possibly. So we'll try that. Let's see what the next video is going to be. And also, YouTube, don't yell at me, because we know what we're doing. What's next? Mission Impossible, Batman pit scene. I think the Mission Impossible one was specifically requested last time. So the Batman pit scene is like, I think, my thing that I want to see if I could get it to work. But the Mission Impossible one, that's going to be like, it's going to be fitting to, you know, this is going to match with the Rocky scene, because, you know, he's really running towards something. He's trying to get there. And so, like, where Rocky's trying to get stronger, Ethan, what's a Mission Impossible guy's name? Ethan something. I don't know if it can do that. That looks like too much action. Oh, the other thing I got to figure out is how to upscale this. I don't know if I should be upscaling from the start. If so, that's okay. We'll just fire up another L40S down the road if we find out we want to upscale. But there's other ways to upscale probably without plugging straight into the what's it called, the prompt. What's it doing down here? Let's see. So I queued this one up, but it's doing something right now. Hunt, Ethan Hunt. Right. Dezo. I was going to say that, but I was really kind of afraid that I didn't know for sure. And I was hesitant to start guessing, but I almost tried to guess that. The AI should be on answering questions. You know what I used the other day? family member came over and was like, hey, we saw a McLaren. Look up how much McLarens are for me. He's an older guy and he knew I could find it really fast. So you know what I did? I just opened up Gemini on my Android and I asked it. Let me ask it. What's the name of the main character of Mission Impossible? Is it Ethan Hunt?
Spot on. The main character of the Mission Impossible film series is indeed Ethan Hunt, played by Tom Cruise. Since the first movie debuted in 1996, Ethan Hunt has been the face of the franchise. He is a senior field agent for the IMF, Impossible Missions Force, known for his incredible athletics.
Now, if you know AI, you'll also know that like the explanation goes on forever. So we'll be here for like the next 3 minutes as Gemini explains all this to us. But anyway, this app is pretty cool. Do you ever use these? I usually never use these, but for dumb stuff, it's perfect. I told it, how much do the McLarens, the new McLarens cost? And give me a link to the website. And it was like, the McLaren, whatever, the S3, the blah, blah, blah. It was like, this one's $400,000. This one's $2 million. And then it linked me to their website so you could see the cool little spoiler go in and out. It's got like a little automatic spoiler thingy. I wonder if those cars are comfortable. I've never been in one. I don't want to be in one because the worst thing that can happen is then you want one and then you have to get one. And then that seems like that would be a real pain in the ass. Expensive stuff. Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm just going to like, you know, win the lottery, sell my company, strike oil, you know, whatever it is you have to do to get one. Then you just go and get one, and then you're like, oh no, now I have to like take care of it. Be like, oh shoot, you gotta win the lottery again. Oh, check it out. Oh snap, it worked. Oh snap. What do you think of that? Banned. Copyright strike. Tom Cruise is gonna leave me a nasty voicemail and be like, you asshole, stop messing with my movies. Yeah, this one, he still melts into... See, it has all the tracking right now, but it loses the pose, and that also makes it lose the mask. So then it you know, you lose it right there. So that looks like a challenge. That's kind of what you encounter whenever you're doing these kinds of studies. You encounter these misfit moments. You got to go and fix them. But that one came out really cool. The jump. Slow resolution though, 720. So we got to see if we can get that going. Oh, maybe on this big GPU we can do just straight 1080. I don't think you're supposed to. I think it's supposed to go like through another pass or something, but we could try it. How long did that take? Oh, it didn't take long. That only took 98 seconds. So a minute and a half. 720 took a minute and a half. So how long do you think 1080 would take? Well, probably longer. So let's try. It might just take a shit. Like the whole thing might break. I'm going to save this before I do this because like this could like literally make this GPU like go into smoke. All right, so all right, so I'm just saving that. And then what else do we want to try here? So I'm gonna leave it at the Euler sampler, and then we can adjust that too, but let's just see what happens when I say go. And then while the GPU is burning up, let's find the next clip. I think my webcam is showing what's going on down there, right? It's not blocking it too much. Maybe it's blocking it a little bit. Let me see. If I pull it out like this, you can see what it's showing right there. Is that better, or was the other view better? This view, you can see what the GPU is doing. The other view, you could see the video is a little bigger. So see what step it's at. It's right there. Wish it luck. It's doing its thing. I'm going to make my main monitor go down for just a second because I want to pull up the run pod thing. I don't know if I can show that on the stream though, so I'm just going to make it go dark for a second while I pull it out. But and then I'll look at it to see if it's okay. Should be fine. I've seen YouTubers like show their run pod, so I don't think there's anything super secret there, but there could be. But so right now it's using 32 gigabytes of VRAM to do this video. So that's not bad. And oh, this L40S has, wait, did I get the right GPU? Because it says I have 180 gigabytes of regular RAM. Holy moly, which one did I get? Yeah, it's the L40S. 188 gigabytes of RAM. Oh, that's legit. So it's using 46 gigabytes of RAM, like CPU RAM, and 32 gigabytes of VRAM to do this render right now. That's more than I have in that computer behind me. So I have that much VRAM combined, but the single GPUs have like 24 gigabytes. And so the problem with Comfy is that it only uses one GPU at a time. Well, yeah, one model per GPU. So if I'm running lots of different models, I can run them on different GPUs. But the main model has to run on one GPU, and so that's kind of dumb. I think there should be a way to pull your VRAM a little bit better. All right, so it's been going for 3 minutes, and it'll be done like in a minute. That's not long. I mean, when we were doing After Effects renders and Cinema 4D renders, I mean, sometimes I'd have to leave them rendering overnight just for a single render. Oh, it did it. So there it is, and it took 220 seconds for that. But that's 10. Is that 1080? Let's see. Let's download it and see. I'll just do them like that. I mean, the big ones will take forever, but I mean, I think it's probably gonna look better if I just do native 1080. If it's possible to do native 1080, then do that, because the upscale from 720 to 1080 is probably gonna not be as good, I would predict. So yeah, it looks like it's bigger. Let me sort these by date. Is that 1080? It's 1072. It's a weird resolution. But the AI does that sometimes. These models, they will round to like a number divisible by 16 or 32 or whatever the freak the model does. But yeah, there it is, 1080. It does look better. I like it. All right, let's do another one. I've automated this process before where it'll just take like a whole folder and just like run one after the other. I think there's a node that will do that for me, where I can just say do the whole folder. But I want to pick it first. I'm not just doing the whole folder really. I'm trying to actually kind of pick the best ones. I think it's going to struggle with this because I did notice that when the character is really far away, it gets a little pissy. So we can pull this in and then see what it's going to do with it. So before we let the whole thing just render for a long time, we can just kind of simply look at the mask to see if it's going to be working. Ray Baker, send some biddies. Oh, I don't even have any juice in my cup. Okay. Let's have a toast. I'm going to have some of this smoky blended scotch. Some smoky stuff. Perfect for these kinds of renders. You need something extra smoky when the renders are extra long. Sounds delish. To you guys, to Ray Baker. Cheers. Perfect. So yeah, this is definitely not working. Look what it's doing. It's just like, doesn't give a shit. It's like, I don't care what you want, Psynaps. I'm going to do this instead. So let me stop that one. We'll skip that one. We might come back to it, though. Am I going to make that face? I hope so. This one's kind of long, 11 seconds. Cheers. All right, so it's loading this one now. Another thing I did too, and I don't know if this is the best idea, but I think it might be okay. A lot of times these videos are set to 16 FPS by default. So I know some of the newer models, I think you can increase it, but it just makes the times take much longer, because if you do 16, you can interpolate. An interpolation is basically just like guessing the missing scenes. So you can interpolate and get it to double to 32 FPS, which is more than you need for cinematic like this. In fact, the 16 FPS like looks fine because cinema's 24 FPS anyway, so it's motion blurred and everything already. So it's like you can barely even tell it's 16 FPS. So we just got to get it up to 24 FPS with some interpolation, and that should be easy. It'll look a lot smoother. No need to render the extra frames. And you know, After Effects does interpolation. We used to do that with Twixtor. You remember when we did the Swifty videos way back in the day? And when I did the YouTube videos, you know, we would you sometimes use some of those methods for time remapping, making things go faster and slower. And then when it went slow, when we did our epic slow-mo, we used the interpolation method to just like, you know, go super slow. You know, we'd capture at a high frame rate so we could go slow anyway, and then just interpolate a whole bunch of more frames. And then that's where you get like the super epic slow-mo. So this is like a method that's been around for a long time. And of course, AI just eats it up and makes it look really good. Wait, did this not mask, or is it masking now? I think I missed that step. Oh, it didn't mask. I was too busy doing a TED Talk. I didn't realize that it lost its mask. So we'll have to ask the pros. That will be like, hey, how do you get it to keep its mask if it loses it? But I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Oh, it loses it so fast. You guys hear the music? That's dirty. The music is not that loud, but you can probably hear it a little bit. Okay, so let me come back here to Premiere. I think I had it already in here. Now, let me just find that scene. It's going to be right over here somewhere. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. So I'm just going to start like, I'm going to try skipping the part that it missed and see if it'll hang on. So hopefully. If it gets that far, that'd be awesome. Oops. I forgot to like give it a name. Where did I even save it? Uh-oh. Oh no. Where did it go? Okay, there it is. So let's do that one. Ready, set, go. Tom Cruise. We should invite him to the stream. Like, what is he doing right now? Like, obviously, like, Tom Cruise is a very important person, you know, and we wouldn't want to bother him on a Sunday. But also, what could he possibly be doing that's better than hanging out in the Psynaps stream? Because if he's not here, then it better be damn good. It's one way to look at it. So I feel like it did the same thing. Can we like see this Getting him here might be mission impossible. Maybe. Maybe not. Sometimes you want to hang out. Sometimes you don't. I don't see a seed thing here. All I need is like to give this. Oh wait. It's still masking. So here, now let's see if it catches the mask. There it goes. We caught it. There it goes. Let's see if it holds. It's working. You see the black boxes? That means it's working. Yeah, it kept it the whole way. So we got the whole mask there. Sweet. So now it's just going to go, now it's going to render it down here. It's going to go through the WAN animate. Yeah, even if we really needed like Tom Cruise to be here for some reason, like there's like, how would you even get a hold of him, right? You'd be calling his agent. His agent would be like trying to book it with you and shit. Be like, fuck off. We need his personal celly. No. No, something bad happened. You know what this means? This means it went out of memory. You know what happens when the healer goes The RAID wipes. So it did eat up all the VRAM. So that is why you can't do 1080 sometimes. Now there should be a way to handle that. Blocks to swap. So you can block swap. So this increases the amount of time it takes to render, but it might get you through. So let's see here. What does it say? It says number of transformer blocks to swap. The 14B model has 40, while 1.3 have 30 blocks. What I don't know is if I should try blocking, swapping all of them, like 40. What if I only did half? Would it go faster or slower if I only swap 20? Because it seems to me if you did less, it might go faster. So, but I don't know. So I'll put 24 in. Just being dumb. Let's get it. It's doing something. What if that was the magic number and now it just like renders instantly at the speed of light? I don't know. I don't know what it's doing, but I can look at the metrics. Yeah, I think it's just like, yeah, it's encoding, but VRAM is filling up to 36 gigabytes. RAM is at 90 gigabytes. So 3690. What the? Should we like jam this out? Oh, we will render. Because I think this song is about, actually, I think it's about rendering. It's about generating videos on the cloud, is what I remember. Pretty sure that's the history of this song. It's like as the days go by, rendering in the cloud, and all your money's gone because you sent it all to RunPod. I think it might still be loading into memory. What's it doing? No, it's generating the first iteration because the GPU is 100%. 100% utilization is just flatlining. Somewhere out there in some data center, there's a GPU that's pretty warm right now. By the way, the private stream is up. I just wanted to plug it, throughout the night. It's not even a plug because, we created that and pay for that. So there's no ads. It's just a pure 400 millisecond full quality stream. And in terms of quality, the reason I wanted to mention it was because it is actually a higher quality audio on the private stream. The video is using a higher quality codec. It's using HEVC, but at a little bit lower bitrate. So it's not like super higher quality, but for this kind of stuff, it'll definitely be more crisp than Twitch and much lower latency. There used to be a day where Twitch had the lowest latency, but I think the Psynaps systems have beat it a long time ago. That's okay. Twitch operates at scale. It's a miracle they get as low of latency that they do with the method they use. They're innovators of that particular method for sure. It's very strong. It's very stout. But also that makes Twitch pretty easy to beat sometimes technology-wise because they are so big. They're limited by their Goliath status. Well, this one's going to take like 7 minutes. So I'm going to edit then while that's cooking. I might have bit off more than I could chew there. I should have known. Oh, I know why it's taking longer too, because we are swapping now. I almost forgot. But what I see is we could probably speed this up a little bit next time because it's using about 80% of the VRAM. So there's still 20% left, which means we can swap less potentially. So let's just see as it iterates. Let's see if that spikes, because that 20% empty VRAM that we have right now might be a buffer we need for this next step of the process. So it's kind of cool. Trying to look at it more analytically so that we can get it tight, get it going. we definitely want it to go fast. And then there's LTX2, which everybody's talking about on Reddit. And so that's a different kind of video model that is getting everybody excited because it's fast. So you don't have to use the Goliath GPU like I'm doing right now. This one will work on a more modest setup, but I don't know if I don't think it does this though. Maybe somebody will come out with, there's probably a workflow for it being developed, but it was a little rusty. I tried LTX2 and, I was going through ooms. It was crashing Comfy. Then you had to like change the source code of some of the Comfy files to get it to work. But some of those changes also changed like the behavior for other models too. And I was like, no. The other models are not crashing. I'm not going to do all this crazy stuff to get LTX to not crash. Maybe if I'm patient, there'll be a more appropriate fix for it. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I think they'll fix it, and then we'll do some LTX stuff. But it's kind of like, LTX2 reminds me of Z-Image, where you have these faster, lighter weight models, which is what we want. I think this is the future of where AI as a whole is going. Some people see a future of bigger, better models. Others see a future of smaller, more efficient models. And we're going to get both of those things, I think, at this rate. But yeah, the small model, not quite ready. For me, at least. And then when it's more ready, then we'll try it. Because if we could do all this on LTX2, it's fine with me. Like, I don't really care what we do it on, as long as it looks right. We reach our goal. You know what this music is? This is drum and bass. It's like some techno-y drum and bass. It's crazy. If it gets too hard style, then I'll change it. We can listen to Beethoven if you guys want. I'm down. Nobody ever listens to Beethoven. So, since that worked really well, do you think I could just... What's the chance that it would... You like Beethoven? Yeah. That's what I want to hear. I think a lot of people probably don't know Beethoven. If you like Beethoven, then you know Beethoven. I think most people probably be like, okay, it's classical music. I'd rather go insane listening to death metal than classical music. That could happen to you. Or it could be that you just haven't discovered it. You just have to get to know Beethoven. You just need someone to play you a little Beethoven so you could see, a little bit what it's like, see how it makes you feel. Oh, here's a big scene right here. I think based on what I've seen, I could probably do this whole thing right here. Just catch the feet jumping up right here. I'm going to try it. And I'm just going to come in just a few frames here. Actually, no, I'll leave it right there. That'll be fine. But before the cut, I want to come in here because sometimes there's like a frame 0, frame 1 little weird issue with the reading and writing. I saw it's probably Adobe's fault because Adobe's funny when it comes to MP4s, historically. So we'll end it right there. Damn it! Forgot to name it again. Looks like there's an ad about to hit. That's what Twitch is telling me. You know, I would stop those ads if I could. They don't let me. Just so you guys know. I got so mad when I saw I couldn't just like turn them off. Or it's just like 1 per hour or something. But no, you have to play like 3 per hour or more. Is it this one? I'm just trying to find out where it... Yeah, it's this one. There you go. Now we're going to plug this one in. Which one are we doing right now? Oh yeah, that long one. I was too chicken to try the one where he goes, you know, across the fence, but I should probably do that. I'll come back to that one and I'll see if that one works, you know, but I want to skip it for now because just in case we have to struggle with it, like we might one shot it, it might just work, or it might like fail halfway through and need more work. So, I'm going to go with the ones I know are going to work, pump them out, see where we are, and then come back with the ones I think are a little harder because we might learn something working on those and just really spend some time on them. That's going to be the next one. All right, let's see where this one's at. 72% done. Ooh, that one took a while. But it's going to be 1080. Let's compare the 720 to the 1080 right now because I want to see what the difference is. We can probably do it in Premiere. I think we got everything from all these scenes. I won't play like the whole thing so Google's not like, you know, Google's like, you showed bad things on your screen. Copyright. Which one? Oh yeah, I think these are the two right here. Okay, let's open these. All right, so it's in. Let me scale these. Oh, wait. The 1080 is already 1080, so we just got to scale. Or should we scale? I'm not sure. Let me try to decide. It's kind of easier to do in After Effects. So I'm going to try to make them match so we can just kind of toggle the quality on and off. Okay. So now they're about the same size. The 721, I made it a little bit bigger, and then the 1080 one, I made it a little bit smaller. But they're both like scaled to the size of the screen equally. And so I can toggle them on and off. So this is the 720. All my hair is there. The 1080 has something weird going on right there with the hair. I think there's a little artifact there in the 1080. The 720, I'm in long sleeves. And in the 1080, I am in short sleeves. It looks like, well, that's an interesting surprise. Okay, so this is the 720. Let's move it a few frames forward and see how it's developing. So 720, 1080. You know, they're not like, actually they are, you know, pretty different, but not in terms of like the high action, high movement scene, they're not too much. So this is 720 and this is 1080. So here I think the 1080 actually is doing better because I can see the building behind the head is like is consistent, whereas on the 720, the building is kind of fading away a little bit. So, and yes, I look like, you know, completely silly, as if I can move my body like Tom Cruise. It's not going to happen. Not today, anyway. Maybe when I was younger. Not going to be jumping over any buildings anytime soon, I assure you that. But this is 720 and 1080. Some pretty grimy drum and bass here. Let's mix it up. But in both of them, they stay consistent. So in both of them, I stay short sleeve shirt. You know what? That reminds me. What are the other scenes going to be? Long sleeve or short sleeve? It doesn't matter. If someone notices, that would be good. $720 with the sleeves, $1080 without the sleeves. So there's not a lot of difference because I think the source video is shitty to begin with. It's YouTube. Yeah, the feet, how are the feet doing? I think the feet are actually doing better in the 1080, which makes sense. That's what you should probably be expecting. Cool. That's a cool little comparison. Yeah, the 1080 is looking much better there. Huh. Uh-oh. How are we doing on this render? Still holding it. 20% headroom. So I think we swapped too much. Took 5 minutes per iteration. Wowzers. You know, with the LTX2, people were saying they were getting entire clips with less than 5 minutes. So here it's just 5 minutes for just a single iteration. So we definitely got to get to that LTX and see. But just like I demonstrated that like 720 looked a little worse than 1080. Well, LTX looks a little worse than WAN. So it's only downgrading by doing that, but it might be worth it for the purpose of just like productivity. You know, you can pump more stuff out if it looks acceptable. And, you know, standards on the internet, I got to say, guys, are not all that high for quality sometimes. It's usually content that's king, and that's still true because for all the years that I've been, you know, looking at content on the cloud and on the internet and being a content creator and working with content creators, one thing's for sure, sometimes the quality of the content is pretty poor, and for the most part, people don't care too much. I think at the end of the day, like when you step back and think about it, we all care. We want higher and higher quality. We want 4K. We want 8K. We want, you know, even on Twitch, we would rather watch at 2K than 1080. And, you know, we're hungry for better quality, and streamers are hungry for higher quality production and high quality cameras and everything. So the hunger is there, but once all the content is time to be consumed, no one really notices too much if the quality has degraded a little bit. So we're safe. If we were to use long story short, if we use a crappy AI model, it'll probably still be cool. A crappier, but LTX is not crappy. I can't. It's the wrong way to say it, because it's actually amazing. It's just in terms of probably those little tiny details that we're looking at, you probably would see the difference there. I just switched back to my Comfy here locally, and it's got one of the Rocky videos in it. I'm running the same exact workflow. There's probably better workflows out there. Please show me. Please give me a better workflow, as long as it doesn't take like 10 times longer. But this is my workflows locally here in the office. Here's some videos that I had cooking in there. There's like a weird looking dude as a fighter pilot. And then I was trying WAN SVI. Oh, snap. I don't know about that last song. Like, I wanted to love it, but I don't think I did. So which one is this? SVI? Everything I put in this SVI workflow came out pretty good. Just gotta learn how to use it better. Weird thing is I'm using this WAN22 enhanced NSFW model. Somebody told me to use that. It's better. I don't know if it's the best. I think it might be one of the best. I think I'm going to lower the resolution for the next 11-second clip. Just for the sake of, let's see what happens first. And then if we want to let it render for the rest of the century, then we can later. I did get some new music the other day. I got the Tron soundtrack. I got some Winter Chill Hop. Could be good for programming. I got some classic jazz. And I got something I don't think I fully understand. Prog rock. Can somebody tell me what prog rock is? Is that progressive rock? Or is it like something different? I might put that on later. It's not bad. I think some of the songs were pretty good. And I was just like checking out those playlists. It's pretty much how I like to do it. Like I'll put on a playlist or an album and I'll just let it play. Whether or not I play it again after that, that's to be determined. But I'll just sit there and listen to like a whole thing of music that I've never heard before. Someone I don't even know. And I'll just try to let it in and experience it. I've noticed that sometimes people will kind of just stick with maybe the music they like, or maybe a genre or genres they like, and don't really go too much further out of that, which is absolutely fine. I mean, music it's part of humanity. We do it how we want, but the way I like is to hear new music that I've never heard before. And only sometimes go back and listen to the same songs again. It's kind of like when you go shopping for a whiskey. You're supposed to get one you know you like, and then you're supposed to get one you've never tried before. Always keep it rolling. Keep those taste buds stimulated. Oh man, this one took too long, but who knows? Maybe it's going to be amazing. check the Discord for the private stream link. Everybody's invited. I won't know how many people are watching it yet. It could be 1, it could be 10. Maybe it could be a couple of hundred. I think it might be able to it's got like some memory and some cores. I think it could probably do a couple hundred of these streams, but that would actually be a good test. We need a few more people to test that. One time I was working with Deadmau5 and we were hitting that situation. But see, Deadmau5, his Discord and his Twitter, he has like 1 million followers on Twitter or something crazy. So we wanted to test some real time, like similar to the real time I'm doing right now, actually. But the one I'm doing right now is actually better than the one we did with him because it's newer. But he wanted to just like do a test on the spot. He's like, let's test it. He wanted to see if he could break it. Well, I had it provisioned on like a modest server that was plenty for, maybe a couple hundred people, like maybe 200 people. So I thought, well, we're just testing out with, a couple dozen people, couple hundred if it's getting spicy. Well, for Deadmau5, a couple hundred is like, he's got a couple hundred in his Discord when he's, sleeping. So he puts it out there and it was fine up to a couple hundred. And then I was like, I'm going to have to soup this up a little bit, man. And then I swapped it over to like this AWS 96 core, whatever, like one of the biggest ones they had. I was like, let's put it on that and then see what the difference is. And then it just like, went up to like 700 and it was fine. It didn't even break a sweat. And it was like an Ohio AWS machine too, because he lives up there near that area. So we could do something like that too, if we had to. If like, 1,000 people wanted to watch, higher quality live stream than Twitch, like a stream that would be like, we wish Twitch was, we can do that right now. And you can see it right now, actually, if you just click on the private stream and just let me know. Let me know where you're watching from and how it looks, if it looks fine. It'd be like, I'm watching in Kazakhstan. And then that will be useful for me so I know what kind of coverage we've got. We could probably set up some renders on my local machine too. But I was leaving that one open just in case we try using Psymetheus bot. Let me see if Psymetheus bot works in Twitch yet. I don't know if it does. I didn't try it yet. What's the command? Make image. Into a muddy pond. I know it's working in Discord, but I don't know if Twitch even cares. Let me see if it's doing anything. It didn't tell me anything. But I don't think I told it to tell me anything. Let me see what it does. Oh, wait. Okay, it says active. Oh, so it didn't do it. Actually, it gave me an error message. It said, The key is not defined. What? Key is not defined. What key? What? That key. Maybe some keys are not defined up here. I see. Oh, we could put it there, or we could just define it right here. Let me just define it right here. ComfyQ. I don't want to like abstract it too much. See what kind of variables we've got exposed over here. Yep, it's right up there. And then do we actually connect to Redis here? I think we do. Okay, now I'm going to restart this bot. I made kind of a cool little control panel for the bot. But I'm not sure if I just like restart. Do I have to restart the whole app, or can I just restart just the Twitch part? Let's find out. Hey, Wolfric! Subscribed. Whoa! I just looked over and saw Wolfric's name there. Thank you, Wolfric, for the resubscribe. Thank you. Wolfric's been subscribed for way more than 34 months. Like, but that's what Twitch said. But he's been subscribed for the total number is like, who knows what it is, but we are doing this nonsense again. And I don't know how long you've been here, but funny story from the very beginning of the stream. I went to YouTube and I found out that what I'm doing here, like playing these clips, YouTube didn't like at all. YouTube gave me video strikes. It said the content you're playing on the video is recognized as not your content. So I had like 20 copyrights from the last stream. And then when I started this stream with me and these videos here, I just put together a couple of these videos and I played it as like the start of the stream. They're just in like in draft mode. They're not even upscaled or anything. And I just played them and YouTube started giving me alerts again, be like video copyright matches. And I'm like, what? These are the ones like they have me in them. So yes, it's, obviously it's not my video now. It's still the original copyright owners, but I mean, I don't think their algorithm understands free use. I think the algorithm is just like, are you playing something that's not yours or not? Like whether it's free use or not. So they are getting a little shady, but I think they've always been a little shady. Okay, hey, look, this one just finished. So, I don't know. The private stream. Yeah. Private stream is up. So I think I got distracted because this just finished, but I think then that was leading into saying that the private stream is up and you can get the link in Discord and you can click on it and tell me if it works for you. It worked for Raybreaker. It seems it also worked. You're getting a codec error. Well, it is HEVC. It's HEVC and Opus. Let me see if it opens for me because other people were watching it. But I can check. But yeah, that it is going to challenge your browser a little bit because we're pushing it. But I was under the understanding that major browsers should support that combination just fine. It's just not many people use it like I'm using it, I think. Yeah, it's working for me. I think I can kind of show it like this, maybe. See, Get a little bit of inception there. It's like I'm guessing like 200 to 400 milliseconds latency. I mean, WebRTC itself is, 200 or less. OBS will, it'll encode, because I'm sending SRT. SRT has a little bit of latency, a couple hundred milliseconds, about 140 milliseconds, something like that. And OBS encoder will also have a little bit of latency. So all in all, that should add up to half a second or less than half a second latency. So it's pretty good, eh? Using special settings in OBS. I showed it earlier on the stream. I showed what my OBS looks like. I have two OBSs running because one OBS is running the private stream, and it worked better that way. It let me, set, if I did it like that, like have its own OBS, then I could select the codecs and stuff a little easier. I think there's probably multiple ways to do it, but that way is just a brute force and highly configurable way to do it. So I can, have more like fine grained control over each stream. And then the other OBS is running streaming to Twitch, and then also multi-streaming to YouTube as well. And it's running the virtual webcam. And so that's how the private stream is getting the video through the virtual webcam. Why do that? I had to, actually, because my my camera, what is it? What's the little thing called? The little card, for some reason, it's only wants to bind to one OBS, and so it gets fussy with the second OBS. So the virtual cam just made it work for us. So if I wanted to, I could switch over to private stream right now and just quit the whole OBS, quit Twitch and YouTube. I'm not doing that, by the way, but I could. And then just, then it should grab the camera and just continue the stream from there. That'd probably work. But hey, the real Staven is here. Good to see you. 008 is here too. I was just explaining a little bit about what we're doing with the private stream and how it works. You guys can watch over there if you don't want any ads. I think Twitch kind of took away the power to control the ads. So, there's an adless option. And usually it's for sub only, but anybody can use it right now because we're testing. I want to get feedback. I want to know if it's if we're getting like true global coverage on it. Because just one server, but it's one server using special technology that works a little bit differently and that propagates through the internet differently. Lets it get further. So this kind of worked, but I see it glitches out with the fence a little bit there. The fence kind of looks like it flows through him, but it's not bad. Took too long though, because it's 1080. I should have just did 720, but who knows? 721 might be worse or better. I don't know. It took so long. Well, I definitely would not have been able to do this on my 3090. We're using an L40S for this render right here. Hey, Cryonic Blue says you got some great energy there. Yeah, Tom Cruise showed me how to do that. And I thought, hey, Tom Cruise should be here in the stream. Probably yelling at me for doing weird things to his movie. Was there another one? Oh yeah, this one. Should I try doing that one at 1080? Or will that just like take forever? Oh, I know what we have to do. We have to change the block swap because we didn't need to block swap that much. I'm going to try only block swapping like half that, see what happens. This might be a bad idea, so I'm going to save it before I do this because this could crash it, but it could also make it go a lot faster. Okay, I saved it. 008, you're running a 5060 Ti. Very nice. Very nice. That's the new gen. Those are great gaming GPUs. Those are top shit for the games. And I think they also have like 16 gigs of VRAM too, I think. So you can run some AI on those for sure. Yep, for sure. You know, these AI GPUs, they are different. It's a little too like housey for me, that song. But what was I saying? Oh, the GPUs. I think it's kind of, I'm fascinated by the difference, you know, between how the AI GPUs work versus like a gaming one. But they are different. I'm going to watch here because we're going to see how the pose does and how the mask does. The pose usually comes out pretty good, but the mask sometimes loses it if the pose isn't good. But hey, Morphine says 16 gigs. Yes, we're running a 5070 Ti and it runs the AI models. Very nice. 5060 Ti could do just about anything you need in the gaming world these days. I have a 4060 and it can handle insane loads. Yeah, I've got a 4070 in this streaming rig. And it works so well that it hasn't even crossed my mind to try to put a 5000 series in it or even upgrade it. For the AI stuff though, it does struggle. It's fast because it's a 4000 series. So even though it's only a 4070, it definitely, if the model fits in the VRAM, it runs really fast. So it's actually a good utility. I can run a number of AI on this particular GPU, but not the big models. So for the big models, what we're doing right now, we need a bigger GPU, and not even the 3090. You know, I got a used 3090 because it's essentially still the best value for running some of this AI. Why not put a 5090 on it? Well, sure, send me one or more 5090s. I'll put it on there. But, you know, at the same time, I don't know if a lot of us are sure about like what exactly we're doing with some of these new models that China is dropping. Well, we know what we're doing. We're creating content. We're doing what we're doing right now. So, you know, that's really what we're doing. But should we invest in our own hardware? Yes, if you can. Or should you do what I'm doing right here and rent an L40S with 48 gigs of VRAM and 180 gigabytes of RAM? That's what this is. Did I say it wrong? Let me see. It's 48 gigs of VRAM. We're 90% full right now. And 175 gigs of RAM, which is 50% full right now. We're at 85 gigs. So we're at 43 gigs VRAM and 85 gigs CPU RAM right now on this render that I'm doing. So do you see like where we're going there? It's like we're going from, you know, an older gen GPUs fully capable of running a lot of these models locally to also having available larger models that we just pay for like by the hour. So you can do that too. And some people are like, you know what? I'm just going to pay by the hour. I'm not going to buy, you know, a $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 GPU or more, you know, $10,000 GPU if you're getting like the 6000 series. I'll just lease it and use those GPUs on the cloud. Okay. I think that could be a good value for a lot of people. But personally, I like having the hardware because we could do more with it. So we can do all kinds of different LLMs. You can plug it into your N8N, do automations, render your videos. If you're a content creator, you can also use your GPUs for other video things, even streaming and you know, translation and, you know, audio editing and all kinds of stuff, right? So having, I think, your own GPU still holds a secret value. And I got the 3090 because it did all of those things, just a little bit slower than a 5090. Well, most of those things it does, but I'm quickly finding that, yeah, we want to go past that limit and we want more VRAM. Alternatively, hopefully, people start optimizing the smaller models, like LTX2, which I want to do more with, but it seems like a little bit of a wreck because it's crashing Comfy and stuff, and it's a little early on, kind of like Z Image when it first came out. Everybody was like, "Holy shit!" Like smaller model that's hitting above its weight in terms of its size and VRAM usage, and that's what I think LTX Video 2 is. But once they start coming out with like some of this kind of stuff, like these animate workflows and which it's going to be fully capable of, then maybe they're already out there. Maybe the workflows are available. I don't know. But Comfy needs to patch it a little bit more. But we're definitely not overclocking here. Unless you mean like when the GPUs are overclocked, they just have stock overclocking, which a lot of them do. But no, for the AI stuff, I don't think we want to overclock these. So Real Statement says, I'm sweet in games I play or just gold farm in WoW. So anything I do is actually cranked down or only has so high of a top end. And I do some modded runs, Fallout and Skyrim, and handle those 4K textures, no problem. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think our yeah. And you don't need like crazy GPUs. I still have my old GPUs and I put them in other computers. My kids use, my older streaming GPUs. And they're still great for new games for the most part. Because new games are really highly optimized. So you can actually put an older GPU and play a lot of the newer games. Maybe some of them struggle, but not like the games that we play. And certainly WoW is very highly optimized. So if you're playing WoW, you can play WoW on a potato and still have a good experience. That's just, credit to WoW. How far along are we on this? Oh, we're just kind of still at the beginning. I'll do some editing. But which video model are you using? I'm using WAN Animate, which, as far as I can tell, is old news by now. But it creates these, and this WAN Animate, I think, is part of one of the default templates. Which template does that come in? I think there's a WAN Animate. Yeah, WAN Animate preprocess. I think even Comfy WAN Video Wrapper might also have an animate workflow in here somewhere. So it's pretty much the default stuff. I've kind of changed some things around. I was wondering if I should maybe integrate the scale posing nodes into here and swap out this older workflow for a newer scale thing. I don't know if that would help with the masking. And even the masking is using segment anything 2. Could probably even find a segment anything 3, but I think the 2 is actually more popular still. What else about this particular workflow? Here's the models. WAN 2 animate. And it's got some LoRa's there too. I have a LoRa. I didn't try this. I should probably try this before I turn off this server. Because once I turn off this server, it'll probably never turn on again. So once you're done using them, you pretty much delete them. They're kind of disposable that way. And then if you want to start it again, you've got to download all the models again, which is kind of dumb. I got to learn how to make like images of this if that's even necessary. But probably make a script, just download everything at the start. That's what I should probably do. And so it starts up a little faster. But anyway, you got to kind of set it up every time you set up a new cloud server. And but once it's set up, then you have all that RAM, and that's what we want. But there's the models there, and we're swapping a little bit because at 1080 resolution, I did crash it. So it did run out of memory when I first hit the 1920 by 1080 on a longer video, it just died. So I came back here, and this node happens to have a block swap in it. So you can use less VRAM and swap some of that to regular RAM. And this server happens to have a lot of RAM, so we can swap as much as we need. But I think the strategy, if I'm correct, is you want to fill up as much of the VRAM as possible. So swap the least as you can, the least possible. And you kind of have to just move it around until you find that number. So, I started at a higher swap and then I moved it down, and I'm trying to, and that should make it render faster too. The more VRAM you use and the less you swap, you should be able to take advantage of that full VRAM speed. So correct me if I'm wrong on any of those things. That's just kind of what I understand, and also seems to be like, pretty clear when you practice it that way. You can see what it's doing a little bit. So that means I probably could run this workflow on the 3090 and just swap as many blocks as possible, and it might do it, but who knows how long it'll take on a 3090 swapping everything, full swap. So yeah, take a while. So what people will do instead of trying to render it at full resolution is they will try to upscale it, which is a lot faster. So I'll try that as well. But I thought, what would happen if we went 1080, and is it better than 720? At least for the first test we did, the 1080 was better. It just had slightly fewer artifacts, a little more details, even though the source video doesn't have a lot of details. The source video is like, bad YouTube rip, YouTube rip that they don't care if you download it because it's bad anyway. But Real Statement says, WoW is only ever so optimized itself. You can try and make it run better, but it gets as good as it is. And one of the strengths to it and how much it relies on add-ons these days just gets bogged down. That's a different story. Yeah, the add-ons is the add-ons are typically from third-party developers, so maybe they're not as optimized, or maybe just the add-on system is boggy in general. But I would imagine that some of them probably just are a little bit unoptimized, or could be optimized better, or whatever. Probably depends on the add-on and what it's doing with video too. Because if it's video that's getting bogged down, then it could be doing a lot of things with the video. So while that's cooking, because it looks like it still has a few minutes left. Oh yeah, this was a comparison, like 720 versus 1080. Like that's the 720 and that's the 1080. So it's not like super huge difference, but there's a clear difference there. And they're both bad, first of all, but the 1080 one does seem to have less artifacts, even in the buildings behind. It's a little smoother with the masking. Those edges are, like 1080 always is compared to 720, just a little better, or a lot better. There's just not enough there to do 4K though, and I was worried about upscaling 720 to 1080. I'm going to try that, but if 720 is bad to begin with and you just do a straight upscale, it might wash the face out. It might kill the face, depending, especially depending on the shot. If the shot is, the character is kind of far away, and it, has its character resemblance, that could be destroyed by the upscale, I would think. So you need a LoRa or something, or a different kind of upscale. And I don't know how to do another pass on it like a low noise pass. That would be a technique I would like somebody to show me, or maybe try to do some research, but I haven't seen any out there yet. But that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a good enhancer, upscaler that maybe can, also take a LoRa, and then I wonder if a WAN 2.2 image to video LoRa would work, because I did make one of those, but I can't tell if it even works. Because the image to video is so good in WAN, I can't even tell if the LoRa works. So I need to actually test that. But if it does work, I could probably use it for an upscale of the video and get a really kick-ass upscale without having to spend all this time rendering the whole thing. It might do that part faster, possibly. I don't know. Morphine says, maybe look at default WAN 2.2 image to video workflow for ideas on using two passes. Yeah, I have like 10 of them saved. Well, WAN 2.2 kind of does that second pass anyway, but I mean like a whole other round, whole round of passes. But I'll try to find it. Should be in there somewhere. It's just definitely not in all the default ones. I go to Civit too and download all the garbage from there. Try some of that stuff out, but some of those workflows on Civit are just ridiculous. They're just like, and the other thing about Civit that gets under my skin is I'll be downloading these workflows just to see, if I can find some gems in there, find some cool nodes, see if I can even understand the nodes. A lot of times I don't even understand what they're doing. It takes a while. You have to learn it first is what I'm trying to say. And then you start to see what it is, and then you recognize it. But still, there's tons of stuff I don't recognize. So I go to Civit. What's making me crazy, though, is all the node packages that they'll stuff in there. Okay, so you got one guy, he's got like 1 million node packages in there. So you go and you install all those. Then you download another workflow, and it's got a whole different set of custom nodes. And then you download another one, and then it yet again has another different set. So it's like every one you download, everyone uses a whole different set of custom nodes. You probably have to download all 4,000, almost 5,000 custom nodes from Comfy Manager just to get a workflow to work on Civit. So when I make these, I'm like, do we have to like use the eccentric rare node, or can we just fudge it with like a default node just so we don't have to download a bunch of packages every time? So yes and no. I think sometimes you do need a lot of those packages do have like the standard nodes that all people are using, and then other times it's like there's just some weird node package that just has like a math node in it, like add 2 variables, and then you have to go download that. Like, what the fuck? Oh, the high noise, low noise. Right, Morphine. Yeah, okay. Yep. So WAN 2.2 does that. But I was thinking like another enhance upscale pass. Like I was doing that with Quen, where you could do this latent upscale. And basically it like retains your prompt, your models, your LoRa's. You can even use different LoRa's for that second whooping. And then what it does is you set the noise really low, and it kind of maybe gently, if you're using low noise, kind of gently upscales. And that upscale is incredible because it's like a genuine upscale. It's like you're not just like stretching pixels out. You're generating more pixels and filling in more details and stuff. It's pretty incredible. And it does take, more time, but that's why I wonder, can we do it with this workflow here, for example? Let's say we got a really good seed, and for some reason, Synapse is pleased with the shot for some reason. Something good happened, something funny. And so I want to, make an intro or make a montage. And so if you want to do that, maybe we could just set it to cook a little longer and get some more pixels and get better. That's what I would like to know how to do, how to refine and upscale in a way that is going to produce some good results and, a good technique. Probably a lot of people keep that kind of stuff secret. They'll be like, no way I'm going to publish my super secret second low noise super scale pass. They're going to be like, they're going to try to keep it secret. I don't know if that, it depends on the personality. I'm sure a whole bunch of like engineers are keeping their prompts, their nodes secret, and a whole bunch are just like, letting them out there and sharing with the community and being part of the community. A little bit of both, I'm sure. Let's see how long this one's been going. I think this is the last 1080 one I'll do because they do take too long. I'll do 720 and then I'll just like increase the scheduler a little bit, really cook in a good 720. And then we'll test out those upscalers. Yeah, we can always come back and do 1080 if we have to, but I want to see if I can get through this folder. So far, this default, old school, and I say old school because it's like what these workflows are like 3 months old. But in AI time, that's like 3 years old. So this is OG WAN animate. There's different techniques now out there. We're going to need the new LTX2 workflow. I'll jump on that one if it does something cool. But knowing my taste, I'll probably just like to stick with WAN if WAN is like better details and stuff. I probably just like to let it cook. I like to render. I like to really let them. I like to get the settings really good and then just let it bake. Just get a good version of it. Grandfather WAN, right? WAN 2.2 is for your grandma. That's how fast AI moves. It's like one day it's like what all the creators are talking about, and then the next day it's like, wow, you still use that model? Damn. You tried a LTX? I did too. It crapped out. I mean, it crashed Comfy. Then I had to go look up, the workarounds to get it to work. And you got to set it like this. You got to turn your previews off. You got to go into low VRAM mode. You got to change one of the lines of code. And I'm like, then you gotta launch with reserve 4 gigabytes of VRAM. And I'm like, you realize that those settings also are gimping your other models, which can use all of that and don't glitch out and don't crash Comfy. Like Quinn, for example, or WAN. WAN is like swapping just fine in Comfy. You don't have to hold out 4 gigs of VRAM for it. So I hope they fix that. I don't know exactly what that is. That's some VRAM management, and that's definitely not something that I've, studied yet. Well, I think we're all studying it to some degree. We're seeing what happens when you run out of VRAM. So yeah, we're all students of VRAM management. But what in Comfy it's doing to manage that, I don't know. So I'm sure they'll fix it though, and I'm sure they've already fixed it. Probably just need to update Comfy, and it'll probably start working. But if it hasn't started working yet, I'm not going to use it probably until those little things are squared away, because I'm not going to like change the whole Comfy just to run LTX in a gimped fashion. You're going to bed?
I don't want to come in there because I had
Yeah. Me too. I don't even care.
No, you don't have.
Oh, you think so? Oh, thank you.
And
Oh, you did? How was that?
I don't know what's going on.
I'm making videos on the cloud. I'm doing Tom Cruise now. They're coming out. Mm-hmm. That's true. She's right. I love you. Yeah, she was telling me how good I look. I was like, oh, that's right. That's true. That's sweet. So Morphine says, yeah, I'm going to wait for a better version of the model. Yeah, maybe. Maybe the model changes, but I think it's probably just like running the model that's going to change, I bet. I bet that model's pretty baked in, but I think the LTX developers, they said they were going to update it. So yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the fix we're waiting for. It's just another version of the model. You know, it's free though. We can't really expect them to do all of the updates that the community wants. But for the most part, it seems like they are doing exactly that. At least, you know, like the Quen guys are like that. And I don't know what's going on with WAN 2.2. Well, I know they're developing, you know, but I think there's speculation on whether the next model they release is going to be a big one or if it's going to be a small one like LTX. I think people are afraid it might be a bigger one for WAN 2.5 or whatever. And that, or maybe they said something to that effect, you know, where it's going to be like a 4dB model or something. I don't think people are going to be happy about that. I think designers are going to be using it. You know, we might even be able to use models like that on these cloud GPUs, but I don't know how that's obviously not going to go very well on our gaming GPUs. So there's a sad face there. You know, we're going to be locked into the cloud, which a lot of people don't want, and they see that's what's coming. They're like, yeah, NVIDIA, and everybody memes about go buy an RTX 6000 Pro or whatever, because that's what NVIDIA is trying to sell you with all of this that's going on. And those cost like 8 or 10 grand, by the way. The kind of GPU that NVIDIA would prefer you buy. So so it's good that these groups are pushing these different size models, especially the highly optimized smaller models like LTX2, which can run on what we might call what would we call it? Like, you know, just consumer gear. And then the community goes crazy and praises it, you know, and you see everybody wanting more. I think that's very powerful. Like Z Image, like everybody like tripped out on it, you know, and Quen had just launched. Quen was doing great. There was other things that were launching that were also amazing. And then Z Image just like took the floor with what it did. LTX2 is kind of like that right now, it seems, where it's just like everybody's fixated on it. A lot more disappointment though. Like Z Image, that everybody ran that fine. Like, you know, people were like posting these incredible images, you know, on their smaller GPUs with no problem. Not so much the case with LTX, only sometimes the case. A lot of what I saw was the ooms. I got that right away too. I mean, I've got, you know, my Comfy's running everything else. No problems, no ooms, no errors. It's optimized, you know, as it is. And then it just completely shit out. Like, and then some people were, to solve it, they were just doing a whole new install of Comfy to run it. And that seemed to help a little bit. It needed like, basically what it needs right now is its own version of Comfy, you know, kind of hacked just for it. So that sounds like the job of maybe the developers to do a project and bring an update to, so that we don't need our a whole new version of Comfy. We just need a more optimized version of Comfy for that particular model that's using that node or whatever. Should just be able to go into LTX mode and hammer it out. Hopefully the LTX guys are helping Comfy with that kind of stuff. Yeah, we can't complain too much when it's free. and we try the different models and workflows just to learn how it works. Yes. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, this is a study, and I think it's worth it. I think, what was I saying the other night? It was something about, oh wait, let me see. Oh wait, I think this might be done. Let's check. It did. Did it finish? Oh, it did finish. I don't think it got the hair very good. It's got me in a hat, I think. Huh. And then I think the original shot's hair. Why'd it give me a hat? I wonder if I could fix that with a prompt. Be like, no hats. Let's see what it looks like if I go 720 and I'm gonna go faster. And just a different scheduler. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, I think I was saying something about learning could be offense or defense. We're doing this to learn, but the learning is not just like trying to create content or trying to create a thing or having a goal of something we might generate. It's also defense, where we're learning about the hallucinations, about the artifacts, and we're learning how to recognize AI and what AI is capable of in our own defense, so we can teach maybe our parents who aren't so heavily invested in learning about this, or our kids who will be facing this for the first time and have never really had to go through having to see this kind of thing emerge. It's just being presented to them. So I think it's good. I think what we're doing is just standing up straight a little bit. I think learning about this is like good posture, good discipline in a way. And it's fun to learn too. It feels good. It feels good, especially if you make something funny, you know, or you learn something new. It's rewarding in its way. Okay, so I set that to 720, and then, oh yeah, I was going to change the scheduler to, what about DPM++ SDE YOLO. I even have I've got an interpolator here too to increase the frame rate. Because I think this is 16 frames, but the weird thing about it is it doesn't even look much different than, you know, the 24 frame original, because there's so much motion blur and stuff already baked into this scene that it, you know, 60 FPS actually works for this Mission Impossible. You know, it goes to show how many frames cinema doesn't have, in fact. Cinema is pretty blurry if you think about it. And then this guy obviously has hair. I don't know where the hat came from. And I don't know what to prompt it. I just said character replace with the character in the, well, maybe that prompt is dog shit. Maybe we can do a little better there. Let's see how this one comes out. Let me save it. Let me just save it there. And, do we scale it over here? Oh, that's where it's scaled right here. So it actually takes the source video, scales it, and then pumps it into the pose and the mask. So it does the pose first. There it goes through, and then now it's doing the mask. And it does the mask really quickly there. I mean, it's done. So when the mask looks like that, it's all blocky, that means it worked. Because there's some scenarios where it actually loses the pose, or the pose glitches a little bit. And so the mask also seems to lose it. I don't know if they're connected, as I just said. Maybe the mask is its own segmentation independent of the pose. But yeah, if the pose breaks, then it's not going to character replace. Does anybody know what? Oh, I was also going to ask. Oh, I was going to ask two things. What is prog rock? And did you see the private stream? Oh yeah, and also Wolfric. I wonder if Wolfric ever got it to work. Let me ask really quick. Here is another way. Okay, so the private stream is in the Discord. Progressive rock. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was progressive rock. I was gonna play. I got an album of that. I don't know. Some of the songs I listened to, they were good. So I might play it. But the other thing is a private stream. It is on, and I was inviting people to test it if you haven't tried it before. It's WebRTC, so it's real time, and there's no ads on there. And it's my server using the Psynaps technology. That's what I do professionally. And what else about it? About 200 to 400 milliseconds latency. Glass to glass, which means like from the moment it happens in my space to the moment you experience it in your space. So that's not a lot of latency for live streaming. It's HEVC codec, which it seems Wolfric wasn't able to play. That can happen, but Chrome and Firefox should play it just fine. And it's Opus audio codec. So that codec is better than Twitch quality. And HEVC is also better than standard Twitch quality. The bitrate is a little bit lower. It's at 4000 kbps because we're trying to push WebRTC worldwide from a single server in the cloud. Do you think that's possible? It sure as hell is, because of how this tech works. It's crazy. So a couple of years ago, I asked the question, just like a hypothesis: is it possible to stream high quality real-time video? So the high quality, the real-time video part is no problem. I mean, we've been doing real-time for a lot of years now, but high quality real-time, a lot of people think that's not what real-time is for. Real-time is just for real-time. Anytime you want high quality, then that's where a lot more latency needs to be introduced and is expected to be introduced for higher qualities, you know, like HLS, even low latency HLS for playing higher resolution content. Well, it turns out you can pump WebRTC at pretty high bit rates for a respectable amount of end users. So it doesn't quite scale as well as HLS and low latency HLS. So some dreams were broken there, but it can get up and go for sure. So I think this small server that I'm using right now, I bet could do a couple hundred concurrent viewers at 1080. We can go 1440 too. I bet it could. I wonder if it could do a couple hundred of 1440. That would be pretty incredible, because that would be incredibly cost efficient if the server I'm using right now can do that. And then we know from our tests with like deadmau5 that all we need to do is add some cores to it, add some memory, bigger server actually, and just brute force, concurrent streams. That also works with UDP, with WebRTC. So WebRTC scales both vertically and not quite as well horizontally, but technically horizontally. When you're talking about just a few 100 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds or less. And it can be less. That goes horizontally pretty quickly. So I think it works. It works. But old school prog rock would be like, yes, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. So you know prog rock. Well, let me play some of this and see if you recognize any, because it was just something that I got a playlist from online, and sometimes it's really hit or miss. I'll listen to these songs. Some will be incredible. Some will be less than incredible. But I played a couple of these songs and I was like, hey, that needs some investigation. Oh my God, this is going so much faster. I think it might almost be done. It's a couple minutes. Kind of reminds me of the old days where you had to wait about this long just to render a 720 video on like an old After Effects or an older computer that didn't even have GPU optimized rendering or video decoding, you know, all CPU based video editing. Those were the days. That's why we're all old and crabby, because we had to wait for those long render times. Oh shit, the 720 when I have gloves on. What the heck? Also, I have calf muscles right there. I don't think my calf muscles are that thick. Also, I lose my pants right at the last scene. Look. Oh. Hope that wasn't a butt that showed right there. This is the not safe for work model. I was wondering if that would happen. Like we might have to go to the private stream if something happens. Not by choice. You know what I mean? Downloading a 50 megabyte file on dial-up? No. Please, no flashbacks. Please let those bad dreams be forgotten. Okay. So, 720 versus 1080. 1080 is better. It wins. But 720 goes zoom. Goes faster. So let's do the next one. Let's plug the next one in here while we're leasing this L40S GPU on the cloud. I've never used this GPU before, so or hopefully if I can get these going, it's a demo too to see how fast they render. You guys can see if you want to, try to do this at home or try getting a GPU on the cloud to do it. Obviously, the GPU on the cloud is doing this way faster. That rock is pretty good, though. That is good stuff for sure. Some good beats. Okay, which one was next, finally? I think it was this one. Will it blend? We don't know. Maybe. That was only a couple of seconds. Can't be that hard. And the other question I had too was, should we swap out any of these components here? Because I think the pose and segmentation methods have improved for WAN already. So I think we might be able to swap some of those out for some other ones. But it could be that these are fully sufficient for this task. Oh, it loses the face on the mask right there. That's not going to work for sure. So how do we want to stop this? Because that's how you tell it's not going to work right there. Because it'll be my body with Tom Cruise's face if that goes through. We don't want to offend Tom Cruise, because then, you know, he'll probably like seek revenge or something. But how do we adjust the anything to segmenter to expand a little bit on that? Now there's an expand right here, but I don't know if that's just like expanding the blurriness or if that's expanding the sensitivity. I don't think. There's blur radius. Fill holes? Wonder what that does. Should probably click it. Fill the hole. I would like to see like a thresholding somewhere. So it looks like we do need to take a look at our segmenter, because that's a setting I would expect to see here. Let's try expanding right here a little bit. See what that does. Wait, where are we? That's not the result, is it? So it looks like it went on to cooking it. Okay. One more try, expanding by 20 this time. But still, that's definitely not the setting, I think, because I don't really see a significant, you know, I doubled it, didn't really see a noticeable difference. So that's probably not my setting right there. This one might not work until I can figure out a better segmenter. Let me see if I can see something in a different workflow. Where's our segmenter here? Let me just look around for a second. We don't use segmenting there. Let's try this one. This is a scale workflow. This is for the pose. So this is a powerful pose method. I can actually just, I think I could pop this out and put this in to the other workflow. I think. I'll try it, but first let me see about the segmenter. Because the segmenter is what's, let me go animate. Where else do we segment? So pre-process example is one we're doing right now. Here's a when animate. This one. Looks like it uses the same one, but it uses a points editor. And that point editor plugs into the segmenter. So that's a different segmenting technique. I wonder if that's what, I wonder if that would do it. I bet it would do it, but is that what we want to do? I kind of don't want to do that. I want it to be automatic, but I think that's the whole point of this node right here. Okay, let's see if there's others. Oh yeah, this one, okay, that one's the scale. What was the default? Sorry for my just like looking around all haphazardly here, but I'm trying to find it. Looks like this one's just pose, not, oh, because it's moved, so it's not masking. It's actually just posing. That was the pole dancing when I was trying to do the pole dance, but let's just say it didn't work out. Just like it didn't work out in real life when I tried to pole dance. Had to relive the disappointment all over again. Oh yeah, here's a different, I think this is a different version. This one. Same one, I think. Yeah, that's the same segmentation technique. I know I've seen a different segmenter somewhere. I just can't think of where. That's a different one. We might try it. I think segmentation can actually get quite detailed. I think that's an art just by itself. Segmenting. It's kind of like in 3D where you have like your modelers, your textures, your animators, riggers. It's like every one of those techniques is an art in itself, and you can combine them all to create an animation. I think AI is coming out with its own areas of complexity and talent and focus. Well, should I try it? I think I'll try it since it's like I'm trying to do this. So see if this node even fits. See, it's not that one. We're going over here. Oh shoot, I might have to drag it in. Let me try it here first, just to see. So it kind of goes to, it sets input video. So it'll just go straight from the video input, I think, into this. What if I need to change size first? And then this will then go where? Positive goes into positive coordinates of the segmenter. Bam. Should also probably go over here. We'll put it on this side. Only place there's room for it's right there though. And then I think that's it. I think it's plugged in, man. Let's find out. This is when animate example version 2. This is one of the default examples. Let me see if there's also one of these on the server. We can go to like WAN. Oh, maybe we should just search animate. Native example 01 and then the pre-process. Native example. No, it's not that one. That looks really similar though. Searching. WAN video, WAN animate. Couple of different examples. Let me try them. This is the one. So it went image to image, positive chords to chords positive. Now, let's press go and see what happens. It should refresh this. Okay, so it did. Oh, I see. So it's a tough start, I think, because yeah. I wonder if I need okay, I'm gonna press play again, see what it does. It's like it wants to, but you know what I might end up having to do is to reframe the shot a little bit. It might need him to come in frame a little more so we can tag him. Sucks you have to do that though. New canvas. Doesn't let me like move over frame. Point store. I would like to just move over a frame. That'd be great. See if I can do that here. Skip first frames. What if I skip the first like 5 frames? What would happen? Too many. What if I skip 3? 2. Okay, let's try 2. I want to see if I can see his face. Right here. Wait, did I refresh? Hey, man. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay, so now I can move this dot onto his face and see if that's going to do it. I don't know if I should put another dot or not. I actually don't know how these dots work very well. I mean, I've had to mark things for masking before, so I assume it's just like old school masking, but I don't know the strengths or weaknesses of this particular node. So we'll just put some dots on there and see what happens. Oh, that red one is the problem. Oh, look, let's move that over there. Wait, stop. Okay, run. I bet that red dot was the one that was fouling it up, possibly. Look, his face is covered now. We did it. We did it. I used the power of Tom Cruise to get this done right. With his speed and power and velocity, he was able to channel through my clicking finger to click on the right nodes. Thank you, Tom Cruise. Also, Tom Cruise, if you're there, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Because, you know, we gotta get that tier 3 sub going for Tom Cruise. This is a good song right here. I don't know if you can hear it. Probably barely. Oh, what do you think? Took 80 seconds. I feel like I learned a little bit about how the masking works from this little trouble we had here. It's easy to solve by the power of Tom Cruise. Definitely looks like a fat guy falling down a little bit there. So good. Let's save that. Did I save these other ones too? Holy shit. You know, these cloud things, once you turn them off, I think some of their hard drives disappear. So you got to download your work when you use these. Make sure I saved all these. Could probably do a sync, you know, Linux to Linux sync or something. Okay, I already saved that one. And I already saved that one too. Great. We even got the speed bag scene. Although it doesn't really work there. The speed bag is kind of lost and the fist is kind of weird. But see, I didn't think this would work at all. I thought it would just output complete garbage. So I would say that is... Somebody could say that's complete garbage, but somehow I feel like it did better than I thought I was going to do. Okay, who's next? Who wants to get eaten by a GPU? And also this node here, should we even keep it? Because why is it not in these other nodes? Yeah, let me see what else it might be different about this. So in this version, that's 4 and 5. Okay, so version 4, if we just delete that, then it's just not used. Then it just like automatically does its detection, I guess. Which up until this point, it was working fine. And then here in this version 5 I just saved, that's going to be the one where I can do the dots. So it could be that I didn't even need to do the dots. Maybe I just needed to skip a couple of frames and then we're good. All right, I'll leave it there for the next clip. We'll see if we even need it. But it worked well that time, so I'll try to give it another try. So we got, I think that's all the Mission Impossible ones. Some of them didn't work, but I was going to leave those ones for troubleshooting later. I really wanted to see how far I could get. So let's do the Batman pit scene, because I know this one's definitely going to go in at some point. Actually, I don't know if we will, but we'll find out. If we run a couple of these, we'll find out if it's going to be what we want. $720 versus 1080. Wait, yeah. 720 is definitely like going so much faster. So, I mean, 1080 was working. We were swapping. Wait, let me go back down here to the swap. We were swapping blocks to get 1080 to work. But it did go very slow. So that was a little painful. Took like 20, 30 minutes to get one. So before we wait that long, let's run it at 720, see it faster, see what it needs. And then if I have to go back, and then I was going to try upscaling too, the shitty way. And, well, not the super shitty way, but maybe the Seed VR way. And see if that works. And if that's terrible and we must upscale, then I can go back and just powerhouse these out at 1080. You know, just build a script for a run pod and just be like, when it runs the script, it'll just upload the workflow, the everything, and just API run all the videos one after the other without taking a breath. Oh, wait. It died here. Let me stop it because I have to do the dots. So we're doing Christian Bale now. YouTube, please no ban. No ban Reno. For the copyright Reno. This is for use. If I'm putting circles on Christian Bale's midsection in ComfyUI, I don't know what is more free use than that. Or fair use. Free use. Oh. Banned. See, is that dot gonna work? Let's find out. Now, it could still be fair use, but still could be offensive. Someone could be offended by what we've done to these poor videos. That's different though than whether or not you're offended, that's not in the description of fair use. That has nothing to do with that. So it looks like it masked pretty good, so that means it's probably gonna work, has a good chance to work. We got some flute going on here. Did I lose internet? No, still have internet. One of my little alerts came on. It says I might have lost some internet. Check. Something lost internet somewhere. Something somewhere. Some server on the East Coast died. VRAM is at 59%, so we're not even using all the VRAM at all right now. We've got a lot of room left. Oh, it's done. No wonder it's not using very much VRAM. I don't know. What do you think? I think it's on its way. I don't know. Yay or nay? Pass or fail? Redo or continue? What would you do if it was your beard on the line? I say save it. Save everything. Leave no generation behind. All right, let's put another one in there. How long did that take? 129 seconds. That's not long. We would like to see it as close to real time as possible, but in the render times that I've seen playing with some of this stuff, 120 seconds is like gold. That is gold. That's what the L40S will give you with a 720p. Won't even use up all the VRAM and it'll just pump it. I don't think we need to use this for this one. Let's try not using it. I'm going to bypass that node, so it's not even going to make us do any dots. Because I understand how this works. I think I'm going to turn off these alerts that I'm getting because I'm not sure what they mean. Yeah, we're okay. It looks like maybe some DNS issues somewhere on the cloud. East Coast stuff. Weird alerts there. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't get his face. Oh, I wonder why that is. Pretty interesting. So we do have to use this thing on this particular clip. Good thing we have it. So how many dots does it need? I think what we'll do is we'll just go like that. Maybe one on the neck. Face, neck, shoulders. I don't know. Guessing. Let's find out. I thought this one would be easy because it's just like, oh yeah, just face right there. But it turns out this one's not so simple. I think we're almost there. So we need another negative. How do we delete the whole node? Son of a bitch. Okay. It doesn't let me like right click delete that. I'm trying different key combinations. Let me see. How do you make a negative node? Those are green. That's holding down shift. Oh, right click. Okay, good. So let me just try being careful. Okay. Had to like really pay attention to my shift finger to do that. The pose is pretty jacked, but I think all we need is a good mask, maybe. Still all black, isn't it? Shouldn't it show us like some contrast there? Guess we could let it work and see what happens, but I don't think it can possibly work without a proper mask. Like close up animate. Denied. Yeah, in some discords I'm in, they're talking about LTX2. What does photo flow workflow mean? Where's the image? Okay, I was just reading to see. Let me ask if is there something like when for LTX2? It says it's 65% done. No, Dropper. Yo, Dropper, what's up? All right. I wonder if it got stuck. Early and cold morning. Where is it early and cold right now? Well, it's actually early and cold here too, but it's 9:35 for you, which means you're in Sweden. I see. Sweden is cold and early. But if it's 9:30, then the sun is up. Maybe it will get warm. No? For me, it's 1:35 a.m., 1:36. And I wonder what the temperature is here. Let's see. Oh, shoot. It doesn't say. This website is not showing the temperature. Let me try. Ooh, let me try windy.com. Do you ever look at windy.com? It's probably one of the most beautiful weather maps. Windy.com. If you've never seen this one before, you better hold on to your pantalones, your pantalones, because it'll just blow them right off. They'll come right off when you see these maps. These are good maps. Lots of settings. I like settings. Okay, but anyway, I got distracted there because of the, windy.com. But it says, for me, it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is -1 Celsius? Because 0 Celsius is freezing. That's 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's your 0. Now we're 30 degrees. So that's like, let's see what the forecast is in Celsius. -1 degree Celsius. But what is the low temperature going to be? Oof, it didn't do it. I don't know what it's doing there. There's some weird imagery. Better not show it because it looks like a boob might want to come out. I would just think it's safe to say it failed. It failed because there's no mask. It couldn't mask this. So let me try. Let me try with these extra dots I made. 10 Fahrenheit, negative 12 Celsius, not super cold. Yeah, not super cold, but definitely cold. Yes, definitely your ass will freeze cold. Not like, it's not like it's, you know, negative 40 or something, because that could happen. Can that happen in Sweden? Can it get that low? Sweden gets very cold, right? I think Sweden gets very cold, but I feel like maybe not like Canada or Alaska. But you tell me, how cold, how low can you go? Did it get it? The mask? I don't think it can do this close up. I think a different technique or something is needed here. At my friend's place way north, it was negative 32. Okay, that's cold. Oh, Wolfric is here. Wolfric chimes in and says hit 44.4. Wait, do you mean negative 44.4? Because if you mean negative, that's a lot of negatives right there. It's too many. Oh, plus 44. So plus 44 is warm. So are you in? Wolfric is in summertime right now, or maybe fall. So plus 44, how many Fahrenheit is that? $111? Okay, that's a little bit higher than I thought 44 Celsius is. It's 111 Fahrenheit. So that's what did you call it? You called it a little toasty. I mean, although that's not technically the temperature of an oven, I'm pretty sure that's what that temperature feels like, an oven. Because when I lived in Tucson, it did get up to, the 100 and teens, and I wouldn't even go outside. Like, you open the door, it's like you open the door to the oven and just a blast of heat hits your face, and it's like, nope, I'm not going out there. Fucking stay inside and just pray that your air conditioner doesn't break. The temperature maps had a new color. What's after white? I think white is like maximum heat, turns from red into white. But did you use, okay, all right, so let's go to windy.com then. Wait, let me see if we can move out here to Australia. Oh, there's somewhere in Australia. Oh, look at all the lightning. Over here, there's a storm. Can you hear the clicks? That's why I like windy. Look at, that's so many lightnings. I've never seen this many on windy.com before. Oh my gosh, what happened? Wolfric? Are you summoning Thor? Or is there some kind of like cosmic shit going on here? What the hell is this all about? How do you get so much of that? Anyway, that's pretty cool that it does that. How do you get this? Why is all that happening? Look at the Doppler, how pretty the radar is on here. It's got a really nice algorithm for like blobbing the radar. So it looks different than the raw radar. I actually prefer raw radar because you see, what the reflectivity looks like. This here just makes it pretty. It takes the API data from radar data and it just makes it pretty for our eyes so you can see what's going on with the weather. And then it adds all this other stuff to it, combines a number of APIs to bring us like some lightning strikes, temperatures. Oh yeah, we were going to look at the temperature. Oh my gosh, that's very red. So if we zoom out, who's the hottest guy? Who's the hottest guy in the world right now? The Aussie guys and gals are the hottest. That's pretty hot right there. Look, not even South America is as hot. Australia is the hottest. Wow. So there it shows in Celsius. I think we can probably change it to Fahrenheit by clicking on this thing. There it goes. So Celsius 40, 43. Let's see. Where's the hottest one? 40 in Birdsville. There's the Birdsville. 41 over here on to the west, Western Australia. And Wollongong, little south outside of Sydney. Now, I think I know where Sydney is. Sydney's on this side. There's Sydney right there. Sydney's the East Coasters. New South Wales, Victoria. What's the difference between Queenslanders and South Walesers? Is there any difference there? But let me switch this to Fahrenheit because that's what I want to see. 106.99. So the whole place almost, well, except for here on the coast. I guess it's cooler here on the coast. Look at the difference in temperature though. So if you go to Sydney, Sydney says 70. Why is Sydney 70? And then not far away, well, maybe kind of far away because Australia is very big, but a little ways west, now you get into these very hot temperatures, 95 degrees to 93. That's a 30 degrees difference Fahrenheit. That's a lot of degrees. Whether you're in Celsius or Fahrenheit, doesn't matter. That's quite a spread right there. Melbourne, Victoria. There's floods at the moment. QLD, isn't that in Queensland? So if we go back to the radar, are these floods? Because this thing over here looks like nutty. So this obviously is a big storm right here. Let's play it because he said floods. So you know what happens when you play this and you're getting floods? What should happen is it should stay still and not be moving that fast. That's how you get the floods, when it just sits. It hovers and dumps. It's a dumping. It's a hover dump. That's what's happening there. But over here, this one here looks like it's like out of a fucking doomsday scenario over here with the lightning. Let's play this one. I bet there's no electricity over there. Looks like I might have an ad incoming. Imagine living ranch life and everything goes well for you, but there's monster spiders, snakes, and everything else that you don't experience in your home country. Yeah, spiders. I don't like spiders. But it's not all spiders I have a problem with. Some spiders I think are cute, but some spiders just like give me the feeling of like tingling skin, like, and then I want to like destroy it. I either want to just like I just want to like forget it exists and delete it from my memory, or attack it and kill it until one of us dies, a fight to the death. But not all spiders give me that feeling, but some of them definitely do. I got like black widows, because they're shiny like plastic. Ugh. Ugh. Oh man, when I fight them, just give me the willies. Man versus nature. I don't know if I'd survive in Australia. Probably not. Probably just die. Probably just land there and then just die. Let's get off the plane and the spider flies out of nowhere and just die of a heart attack. See how our animations went. I think I'm not gonna be able to use this one, guys. This one thinks I'm doing a sexy scene, I think. And it looked like it wanted to look like there's more skin in places where there shouldn't have been. So we're gonna skip this particular scene. It just hated that close up for some reason. Double 8, you love living there? Well, that's awesome. I mean, there's good people in Australia. It's a good place. I want to visit there. I don't know psychologically how I would be able to tolerate that level of heat, because I think Tucson taught me that I wanted to go further north. Or maybe further south in your case, where it's cooler, you know? But that might just be because I'm, fat and old and cranky too. Maybe because when I was younger, I love the desert. I love the desert climate. I love the heat. Loved, going out in the heat. It didn't bother me. And nowadays I'm like, can we just like live in Canada now? Or Sweden? I should go, to Sweden or Norway. Have a Swedish and Norwegian friends. Even my Dutch friends. All of those places get pretty cold. Let's reset this. Oh, you want to trade places? That makes sense, because I think once you've lived somewhere for a while, you're like, you wouldn't mind switching it up a little bit, trying something different. I think that's where we're all at. So it's good to know that, that the heat is not killing you guys over there, that, that it's not that bad. And plus, there's probably places that are a little bit cooler you could live if you had to. But you don't want to live right in the middle of that red hot spot. Oh, then you gotta, as long as your air conditioner works, then I'm sure it's fine. I remember when I lived in Tucson, I would see people like roofers in the middle of the summer, right? In the middle of that heat, they're on the roof, and then you pass some roofers, and then there's football practice. I mean, for the people who grow up in that kind of heat, they don't seem to care. But you also got to realize too that people die of the heat. Even people who are from those places, we don't realize how hard the heat is on our bodies sometimes. And people just die of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. They come into the hospital and then just die. And it happens a lot in that kind of heat. In Tucson, people were dying. I'm sure in Australia it happens, where you hear on the news, 2 hikers died, or a hiker died this weekend. But the frequency to which that was happening in Tucson was pretty alarming. And I started to think, these are like 115 degrees, 110, between 110 and 120 degrees. So pretty much the same temperatures you guys are talking about in Celsius. But they were dying left and right. And I was thinking, did someone not tell them to like not, maybe don't hike when it's 120 degrees outside? Like, do they know and just did it anyway? Or they just woke up and thought, oh, I'm going to go hiking today, but I'm not going to die. And then they die. So I think my advice would be, If it's that hot, maybe just stay inside, drink some water, do some sit-ups, some push-ups, do some burpees if you got to move your body. Because all of those things are better than dying. How did our mask come out? Oh, this one's working. Okay, good. I'm not die shaming. Just to be clear, I do have sympathy for the victims of heat exhaustion. I'm just trying to prevent it from happening again. That's all. Oh, it finished. I was being careful because the last frame had unknown things in it. I mean, this guy has my likeness, but also is a little like a little funny standing up there. What do you think? Is that me or no? I might run it just in case because it starts off good. Like I think the very start is like it looks to me like my face, but something is a little like off with that last look right there. Just kind of like it's a little derpy. Although I'm sure I would be 100% derpy trying to do this feat here that Christian Bale is doing. But I'm gonna try running it again. So this is WAN 2.2 animate. But Dropper says, I'd be scared AF if I lived in the US. Getting a stubbed toe and needing medical care. Oh, that's what you're afraid of. Needing medical care, right? It's holy shit is all I can say about that. There you are, ruined economic for life. That's right. That's the thing. And they do, and they will. And they do. Dude. It's crazy in the way that the insurance works where they bill thousands of dollars for any little thing. Like if a doctor even visits you in the hospital, if a doctor even walks in the room and touches your chart, we're talking thousands of dollars of cost for that. Yeah. It is, yeah. So, the insurance, after you have insurance and stuff, then those costs go away. Then it costs zero. But the insurance prices are high. And then they also still will deny some important claims. You could be paying for insurance. Your whole family could be paying for insurance your whole life and their whole lives. And then they'll just be, they could deny shit left and right. And then you got to spend all the time trying to fix it. And they make mistakes too. Like I went to the hospital because I got dehydrated and I just went in, to get some fluids. And one of the doctors didn't fill out the paperwork right. And they tried to charge me thousands of dollars. So that's actually a story that happened to me where the doctor came in and he talked to me. He didn't even do anything. I just needed an IV. I was just getting IV and, they had me sitting there. And some doctor from like somewhere comes in because he was the one on rotation. And, I don't even know if he spoke very good English. He mostly did. Cool dude. Cool looking dude. And, then he left. We didn't really do anything. He just kind of looked at my chart, made sure I was getting fluids or something. And then like a couple of weeks later, I get like a bill, essentially a letter that says I got out of network care. So he didn't sign it right and said, tried to say that I used a doctor that I wasn't supposed to. I didn't have a choice. Like I just came in, but they said I used a doctor I wasn't supposed to. And so they wanted to charge me like $2,500 bill for that. And I was like, damn it. I was like, damn it. Like, I was like, come on. Like, really? Even if I didn't have the insurance, like, you're going to do that? And even if I did and got out of network care, like, really? I get if they want to charge, like, okay, you know, doctors, you know, are professionals, you know, like plumbers and contractors and janitors and everything else. They're good at what they do and they care about what they do, hopefully. So they should get paid for the work that they do. Yes. But that charge is so inflated and so like doesn't match the job, doesn't match the care or the whatever. It's like, it's such a scam, you know? So yes, I think it's okay to like, you know, to expect that, you know, some, but can't do it like that. And then insurance companies get billed like that. I don't know. Anyway, I can't go on and on about it because I'm too tired to discuss that. I want to rage everybody out. There's definitely some problems there. Everything after the first 300 is free. Yep. My nickname is the $1 Million Man because in 2007 I broke my back and crushed my spinal cord. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds like a very bad time. I don't have to tell you what the bills were for that. It happened at work, and I wasn't responsible for paying it. So it was a job-related accident that racked up a $1 million bill. Holy moly. That sounds like some serious back breakage there. Pretty serious. And I didn't even know the medical bills went up that high. So try to remember that. The $1 Million Man. Now they do say, on the other hand, they do say that this, I don't know if I believe them, by the way, but this type of model system potentially leads to better care and better specialists and stuff like that. So in the event of a major accident where you need a specialist and specialized care, then maybe facilities and stuff would be better equipped to handle that kind of stuff. So I don't know if that's still true, but I know they used to say that about American medicine. But you know, I haven't got healthcare out of the US, so I can't say much about that. So if I just hit go again, will it like give me another seed? Let me try it. Cause that's what I was trying to do this whole time, but I was thinking about what we were talking about. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be getting hurt. I don't know if that causes people to be more careful or not. I don't think so. Never heard of a broken medicine system leading people to be more careful. I think people are just the same amount careless. Wait a minute. What's it processing right now? Because, it didn't generate a new seed. So we got to figure out where we can set a new seed. There's a seed right there, 42. So let's set it to a new seed. I think the mask is fine. I think it just needs like a new seed. It needs to not be an asshole. Anybody else hungry for pizza? I could use a pizza right now. Not a whole pizza, but like a slice of pizza. Can you guys eat a whole pizza? I've never been able to eat a whole pizza. I can only eat a couple of slices of pizza before I'm like, no more pizza. But I feel like I know plenty of people who could just eat a whole pizza and just not even blink. Like a big pizza. And like, not like an extra large, but like, you know, like a large. I have a crappy appetite. I could be happy with like 2 slices of pizza, like 1 large piece of pizza or 2 medium-sized pizza slices is usually good enough for me. And maybe with something else too, like, you know, maybe a beer or maybe a couple of chicken wings or something. One of those little brick oven pizzas. I could smash one of those. Those are small and thin. Oh, the new one's coming out. And I don't know. It looks different. I don't know if it's better. I think it is better, actually. Yeah, it's a little better. My beer belly's sticking out a little bit there. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll save this other one too. Wait, why is there 3? Did I order 3 of these? Oh yeah, because one was just like a duplicate of the other. Same seed duplicate. It just ran through the cache and just saved another version of it. So if you don't change the seed, if all the seeds are the same, it'll just like save it from cache and only run it again if it's not already cached, which is kind of nice. I like how it caches. And we're using the big GPU, so let me see what it says. It says it's got 48 gigs of VRAM and 180 gigabytes of RAM. This is costing about almost $1 an hour to run this GPU on the cloud through RunPod. So how many hours have we been running it? 4 hours. So I've done like, I don't know, $4 of AI. And obviously I gotta be doing it much more efficiently. I'm just like, you know, sitting around and fucking off when running these, but what the hell is this? That was a weird song. But that's what I want to do. I wanted to learn like what working with this GPU is like. And if we did want to run it more efficiently, like, you know, not waste any seconds, we could totally script it. So I want to do that too. I'm kind of learning about the different GPUs and which one we should probably be using for some of this stuff. This one here looks like it might be slightly overkill, but at the same time not, because when we ran 1080, we still had to block swap on this one. So it's big, but not too big. And it's knocking out the 720s pretty quickly. So I think this is probably a pretty good GPU, the L40S. How much do you think those cost if we wanted to buy an L40S? I think we should put up a dono goal for one of those. I don't know if we'd get to it anytime soon, but that would be interesting. And the thing about those GPUs too, they're very expensive, but they don't really look any different than a normal GPU. I mean, they've got that enterprise GPU look, so they, you know, got a form factor that'll fit in the server. But they're also pretty low power considering, you know, how much beefier they are performance-wise. So did I drag the new one in there? Or what was the next one? We got that one. And then this was the next one. Pretty short clip. Remember, it didn't like those other close-ups, so hopefully it's okay with this one. So what we do is we run it so that this preview refreshes. And we don't have to use this little preview with the dots, but I found that it did actually help with some of these more complicated scenes. There it goes. Let's make sure it knows like his body and his arm and stuff. Oops. Yeah, it did it. The pose looks weird. It's kind of hard to wrap my head around that pose. Hopefully it's getting it right. I mean, it looks kind of right, but I see some missing legs there. The mask looks good. So, see how the render looks. What do you guys think? You guys think you want to try this when animate? Think it'd be something you'd click on with your clicking finger? Or too much bullshit, too many spaghetti, too many spaghettis. What do you think? Oh, I see some problems here. Oh no, that's gross. It's like, I don't really like watching that. Does that give you the heebie-jeebies a little bit? Kind of hate that. Let's try running a different seed. Yeah, I blame the pose for sure. See the pose there. There is something we can do about the pose. I mean, at least one thing I know we could do. We could change the pose system to the scale system. I think that should just bloop, fly right in there. Oh, I should actually do that anyway. Let me save this. And while we cook a new one, let's see if we can put the scale thing in there. Oh, we're gonna have to download that. I think it's in the templates. So you can type, let me see what it is. It's like SCAIL, scale. And search for it here. And there is a scale, WAN video scale pose control. Oh, what is that? Is that from a node or is that like built in? This is it here. You know what? I don't think I've even seen this particular workflow here. Oh. So this is WAN video scale pose control. That must be in the WAN video node. But look, it does have WAN animate preprocess. Is this a WAN animate? But it's got the... No, this is like the regular pose. Where's those scale? Oh, here it is. The NLF model. So that's how they do it too. So they just run it through. They run it through the same VIP pose. But then at some point it hits the NLF. That's the scale thing. What's this? And then render NLF poses. So let me look at mine. Let me just compare, because this is the one that I had going. And it worked. Yeah, I guess the same thing. The same thing. There's the WAN animate preprocess, and then it goes through that little workflow there. So I think that requires, let's see what, so if I click manager and then install missing custom nodes, it will show me the nodes I'm missing, which is the ComfyUI scale pose by Kaijai. Is that how you say his name? That name comes up a lot. That guy's doing a lot of things. So I'll try installing it, but it means I'm going to have to restart it. Those notes work. Are they going to be any better? I don't know. Maybe. That prog rock was pretty good, actually. There's some really good songs in there. I'd play Tron, but then all the copyright like ninjas will bust through the windows and turn off all my music. Take all my computers away, probably. Here's some jazz. I'll put on some jazz. Yeah, so I played the Tron soundtrack on the last stream, and I get all these like copyright things, and I'm like, damn. Some things you just can't play. And then on YouTube, the ugly one was what was it? It was a Disney movie. Which one was Disney? I forget which one it was, but the Disney one really made YouTube mad. They were like, you're restricted for the globe. It just like cut my video off completely. It can't be viewed anywhere in the world because it had a Disney clip. I'm trying to check if this is still working. No, I finished. Let's see what it did. Oh, it's like another like very distorted, glitched out guy. Ugh. I don't know why that looks so gross when looks like they got like crushed or something. So how to fix that? Well, I was thinking maybe, let me try restarting it. Maybe a different pose could work. So let's see if we can drag this workflow in here. But I like mine better. Is there any way I can get mine in there? Because I understand mine, but I don't think I understand. Let me look at it again. Yeah, I guess I could just... Oops, I'm trying to select it, but it's not letting me. Bro. What's the chance I could just copy paste this block in here? I think the chance is 100%, but what's the chance that something meaningful happens? You know what I mean? Okay, so we're gonna have to enter the widths and heights in here. See what they did here. That's why it got so complicated, because all that fluff. Here's the starting videos, which we're already going to have elsewhere. Let me just put these together so I can drag them in to some spots. Let's put them over here. I want to see if I can just fit right there while I slide them in. Wait. Oh, I'm supposed to go up here, I think. Yeah. Up, not down. That goes down. And then here's our old pose stuff. Try to replace, but I'm putting it nearby because I don't know exactly what plugs into what yet. But we're gonna find out. Cause see, there is the video. So that's gonna be an image. It's gonna plug right into there. But I think I already resized the image here somewhere. I do. So any further resizing might be redundant, but let's just plug it in and see what happens. The reference image. Oh, so it needs the reference. It needs the, that's a little bit different, isn't it? I think so. That one is down here. Well, that's going resize. So we already resized. What is the chance? Let me try doing this. I'm going to try going from here. Oh, there's a set reference, node there, so I should be able to pull that out. Oh, that's why. Cool. So yeah, obviously when you do this, you really get to understand it a little bit better. So I have that empty node there. I'm going to leave that like that. I think that's it. I think it's in. So we need to set the face and pose. Can we do that? I guess the pose set face image, but wait, does this do the face? Do we even need to do the face? So there's pose detection. I don't know, to be honest. But we can definitely do something like this where we go, hiya, right there to the pose. That's going to give us our face again. So I'll put that like that. So we've almost completely isolated from this. But not quite. But we do set the pose here. So even though this old one is going to run, it's not going to set the pose for that, I think. Let's see what happens when we run it. Put that down there because that didn't change. And then also let me save this as a new version just in case we crash it. Took me a while to kind of figure that out, but I'm also trying to wrap my head around how it works. Oh, we already died. Why? Oh, that's why. Try again. All right, it's running it now. Should output something here. Should give us a pose. Let's make it like as big as this one down here. I guess it's going to go down there anyway. Guess there's a little redundancy there. I'm just hopping over to the other one to see. Okay. Trying to get as many of these done as I can because I feel like when I shut this server, no valid pose found. That sounds like something I messed up. Where did I? Which one of these did I mess up? It's plugged in right there to a resizer. Oh, here I bet. E-boxes goes into the segmentation. Oh, so the pose does go into segmentation. But oh, snap. Pose results. I wonder what that is. There's our width height. Oh, that might be actually part of the problem. Width needs to go here. Height. I think there was one more that wanted that. And height. So that may not have been the problem, but let's see what happens when we run it. I think this is where it failed right here. Let's see if it fails again. No, it went through. Oh, shit. I think that might be it. I think that might have got it. We'll see. Yeah. Ice dice. Hey, ComfyUI. Yeah, we're doing some comfy. How's life? Life is good. I'm here. I'm live. Not only am I live on Twitch, I'm live on YouTube, and I'm live on the old school Psynaps private stream. But the private stream now is global, less than half a second latency. So it's like between 200 and 400 milliseconds latency. So you should check that out. I'm testing it, so I do need victims to help me test it. It's in the Discord, that link. But anyway, long story short, that is a sign that things are going well. Now, what about you? How are you doing? The Lurkinator. Oh, you remember Lurkinator? Lurkinator. That's old school. Lurkinator was an instant hit. None of us saw that coming. People love the Lurkinator. Like, I remember I went to TwitchCon one year and people came up to me and they'd be like, "You're the guy who made Lurkinator." And I'm like, "Are you serious? Like, you found me in the crowd at TwitchCon because of Lurkinator?" Like, that's hardcore. You got a new project for the year? Whoa. Cool. That's cool. Feel free to expand on that if you want. Let me, I'm going to go grab some water real quick and a little snack. I'll be right back. And did this already cook? No, it's cooking. But these go very fast because I'm using an L40S. below freezing outside right now. So in my house, it's not cold. But, you know, there's kind of that little kind of deeper chill. Oh no! The thing finished, but look, it's all like all messed up again. But the face, like, looks very Jesus-y, but what's going on there? What is this crap? Oh, crap. Anyway, look at my snack. I got Belvita, breakfast, crunchy, whatever this is. Belvita crackers. These are yummy. 230 calories, wow. This is a little bit of a breakfast here. You don't have to eat the whole thing, but these things are good. You love those? Yeah, these are very popular, as I understand. But that sounds awesome, what you said about recreating the city as a custom racetrack, automation to set up, and handwork. So it's going to be like a model. Sorry if I'm being rude with my Belvita crackers. This is a real tough one to animate here. I don't know if we're going to get this one. I feel like it's so close, though. What's going to push it over? That's the, oh, you know what it might be? It might be the scaling of the pose. I might have not plugged in the proper, because remember I didn't use these resizes because I was using something different. I wonder if that's why. But this right here says 720 by 1280, so that should be right. Because that definitely doesn't line up. Let's see. Let's pad edge, maybe. It didn't seem to change anything. Yeah. Yeah, it's off. They should be like right over each other. But I did change it because it wasn't working with the other one. So I thought, okay, we could change it to this scale method and see what happens. Yeah, maybe eyes, but see, the thing is, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing here. All I know is that we have to match it. So let's look at what the other one that did work looks like. So in this case, it does send the width and height to the pose and face detection. Maybe this padding here does something. But this old method, it was actually making it all distorted and all messed up. Did I mix up a width and a height somewhere? Wouldn't that be funny? Height goes to height there. Height. Yeah, width goes to width there. The original image comes in here, but does it have to? Hmm. There's a difference in scale from the reference image and the video. But I think that should be okay. That one crops. This one pads the edge pixel. I wonder if that would make any difference. No, I don't think it, I think that whatever I did just like actually made it worse somehow. Last character's placement I did was with WAN, vid to video, with 2 references, one for character and one for a detailed face shot. I imagine this is like somewhat similar. I'm really just starting off with, default templates and then just doing what I'm doing, just trying to move things around. But the scale method, well, you know what? Actually, I think we're onto something here because my change in the way it was cropped actually, like made it worse, it seemed. I think that means that it is, this reference image is like influencing it. So, I want it to match exactly the dimensions of the input video. And so it is doing that here. And it even says right there, output 1280 by 704. I wonder if that 704 is throwing it off. What if we say resize? Oh, 704 can't be. I don't know why it silenced that message you said, but the bot didn't like something there. But most model scale times 16. So I can change the divisible parameter, but that came with the scale model. So I feel like it wants it to be 32, but it could be 16. I could try it. Because it's still not there. It fixed it here, the readout, but it did not change this messed up scale here. So it says draw face, draw hands, scale hands. What if I didn't put the reference image in there? Probably won't even work. Yeah, it wants that image there. If I put that image in there, just see what happens. Oh, that made it work. So it told me to use a reference image, but I just plugged the video in as the reference image. And that made it scale right. So I don't think what I did was right. What I did was wrong, I think. But it put the character in the right place. So what's going to happen now, I wonder? Let's see. The head from... Wait, that's not the head from this one. That's the head from the last one. That is so gross, dude. I'll save it, though. What the fuck? These are fucked up. The image should be the same dimensions, you think? Yeah. Look at final top left. Well, this is the reference image. I mean, we need this image for processing the mask, but oh yeah, this one still didn't work. It looks a lot like it looks like the last ones actually, where it's just like very deformed. It doesn't like that. But is it the pose? See, I thought it was the pose that was, because it doesn't look so terrible right there. And then the mask also does not. Uh-oh, how come the mask is not moving? Oh, let's check the mask. I think the mask might be the problem. So here the image comes down and then, oh yeah, so we need to pull the mask from one of these nodes somehow. So let me bring these down. So what it's missing is there was a node that is supposed to plug in. I think we don't need that anymore. Let's bring these down. So we can see these a little better. They don't have to be arranged perfectly, but I like to at least be able to see those parameters. Okay, so here's our scale, and a lot of people are talking about this one. It's supposed to be really good, and it is. It looks like it improved a little bit. Save that work. But there's a missing thing right here. There's supposed to be something that plugs into this mask right here. But I don't see one from the scale method. Oh, maybe that right there. That's the only mask I see. What if I just YOLO stuck it right there and see what happens? This is science. Because see, it didn't let me put it over here. Oops. Okay, let's go. Oh, I didn't like that. Okay, input and output must have the same number of spatial dimensions. I mean, if you say so. So maybe we don't need that one there. I'm not sure. I think you're supposed to though. Because here in a previous version, oh no, it's the B boxes that we don't have. So B boxes means that's something from the WAN animate preprocess. So when we do have a WAN animate preprocess, I thought here. One of these did. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, it's right here. No, it's just the model that we have, but that doesn't plug in there. Oops. Now the pose is good, but the mask might be constraining where generation should be later in the file. It is because it's not playing. See, normally it plays. So we knocked something out here that is not letting it continue on, but it is getting the image from the video. There's the segmentation model is loading, no problem there. This node here is missing its B boxes, so I presume that's the problem. We've already helped our segmenter out there a little bit, showing it where the coordinates should be. So that part's right. Can I make this smaller? Guess not. And so I guess maybe I can't use this method with WAN animate. Maybe it just doesn't like work, but there's got to be a way. I'm sure there is, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. What is the part that sends the box over? It's this one here, pose and face detection. What if I bring that node over here? What even is this node? So it takes the image and then it generates the boxes. But what if I put it there for the purpose of the segmenter? Think that would work? It could. Let's dial in the width and the height. I'm just trying stuff without any real knowledge behind what this node is. This node functioned for the pose, but I've got a different pose system up there. So will this kick the segmenter into gear? The model, actually it's using the same model here. This one here is redundant. It's going. Lol. It worked. Look. I'll save this. Now it's animated. Will that have bearing on the outcome of this render? Here it comes. No. Still all messed up. This one just doesn't want to be, does it? It's funny. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense why too, because that pose looks pretty good, but maybe, oh well, let's look down here. So the pose image comes into WAN video animate like this. We do some pose strength, face strength. Face images. But we're not. You know what it might be? It might be the face images thing, because I deleted the output of the face thing and it wasn't the face. It was actually the whole thing. So let me take the face. I think that means it's not going to copy the face, because the other pose estimator did face, but it looks like it put the face into a box. Okay. Here. I think I can fix this. So face went like this. Okay, so I think I know how to fix this. If I think I really just underestimated what replaced what here. So if I put this here, feed the images into there, and then feed this into here, we should see, we'll know if the face is proper upon rendering this. And there it is. There's the face. Okay. So I might have fixed it there, possibly. Save. This is good to learn how this works, although this is insane. But if this workflow is an improvement on the last workflow, that's a good thing. We made some progress. However, because of the redundancy of those pose nodes there, I wonder if the VRAM usage might be a little bit higher. Maybe not too much. We'll see how that goes. Oh, here it comes. Nope. Nope.com. It doesn't even look like a significant improvement either. So, but those, I mean, everything's piping in correctly. It seems like face is in, pose is in. It might just, for some reason, not like the scale pose, because that pose is different. You know, it might matter like that it's not trained on that. So I can also try the strength. Maybe the strength is too high. What if the scale is so strong, it's just overwhelming this node? And so let me cut the pose strength by half. And just let it, because it's not taking that long to render. It takes like, what, 60 seconds or something to actually do this whole sampling. And I'm doing it with DPM++ SDE, so it could go even faster if I change it to Euler, I bet. So I might do that. Let's pour a little bit of whiskey in our cup, shall we? I think the thing that probably would frustrate a lot of people about this is the thing that I like about it, and that is just being able to have a lot of different settings that you can change, giving you more control and fine-tuning for the output. What? Wait. It turned his face into the hand. So that's what that number does, I guess. And it only has 3 fingers too. It made the pose into a hand. Okay, so let's go the other way then. Let's make the strength 1.5. Instead of cutting it in half, let's increase it. It's funny though, saving all these. We'll have a bloopers. This will be like, this will make the whole bloopers real. Just this stuff alone. Like we weren't even going to have a bloopers until now. And then the ones with the head. Oh, it looks like I might already have that one. Mm-hmm. Is this a jazz thriller? Huh. Oh no, what happened to that one? Wait a minute. So, okay. That's scary, but we might be on the right track with the pose. So it needed a little more juice on the pose, it looked like. And maybe that's too much juice. So let me dial it down to like 1.2. And then we might have to do the face. So it looks like this did indeed, this pose does have just completely different weights on these values here. And then the mouth is like, I don't know what's in the mouth. I think that, yeah, I think what the problem is maybe WAN Animate has been trained on the other pose thing, because that face looks like it's getting information from this face here, which is different. So I think I might be able to take, it says I can draw face, draw hands. But if I don't draw the face, that might just be it right there. I might have the good settings, just need to take the draw face off. So I'll come back to that. We're going to have a good workflow here if we get this going. I took it down to 1.2. Face might still be a little messed up. So let me try changing the face and see if maybe that's it. And then the music gets all crazy too. So, but the face is, I'm going to toggle this off because I think that might be sabotaging everything. Then the face strength, I'm going to do the same thing where I like bring it down and then take it up. And I don't even know if that's like the right thing to adjust. There might be something over here. No, I think that's probably the one. That's where all the face and stuff comes into, this one first here. So I bet those are the magic dials there, possibly. Oh, that's too chill. That's too chill, man. We need some different kind of chill. Let's try the chill hop. Winter chill hop. What does it mean? The last one made more sense, but this time I turned off the face thing, so it just looks like that now. It doesn't actually do like the eyes and mouth, because maybe WAN was not trained on that. Oh, that did come out different, but still with like very distressing. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I think that means, I think that equals broken. I go back to 1.5 here, and then this one here at 1.5. I'll try just a few more combos, but it takes long enough to render where you can actually try it, but long enough to where you better try good. Try harder, Snaps. And I might be wrong to be looking at that particular setting, but I think that's right because it says pose strength and face strength. So the information is definitely coming in. It's just coming in all messed up. But looking at the mask looks good. We got that going pretty well. The pose appears to be spot on. You know, not even much like distortion and stuff. It looks good, but it is a different pose too. I've never seen this pose with WAN Animate before, but it should still work. The pros would know. It looks like a zombie. And pointing up too. That would be okay if it was just like not be so crappy. So let me think about this. Is it missing? Remember how I had a little workaround where I stuck the video into the pose instead of the reference image, and that fixed the location of the pose? But could that somehow be feeding back like bad information for the face itself, possibly? Maybe. What was the one I did that with? Oh, is this one right here? So that's the pose from video. I need a get reference image. How do I get reference image? Here, copy, paste. Let's try. This is what it was supposed to be, I think. But that broke it somehow. So let's try it again. And this time, hope it doesn't break. Also, that was crop before too. I'm changing too many things here, but I know that we did switch between crop and pixel. And it wanted to be crop at the start. So I'm going to put it back to crop and back to reference image the way it was before. So this resulted in actually a kind of a broken one. Yeah, it did again. It did. But we also did a bunch of other different things too. So let's see what happens with the working mask with the broken pose, at least the offset pose. And I think that should break it again. Let me also make this go a little faster just for testing purposes. What do I need more, coffee or whiskey? There's the head again. We did actually make one like that. So I think okay, so the face is right, but the pose is off. That is so weird. damn it. At least he looks happy in his deformed state. In his decapitated state, more specifically. Could be an idea for a new character. Yeah, we tried to, wrangle it, but it could just be that the animate is just not trained on that above shot. It just might be impossible for it to understand for some reason. Trained on TikTok dances, I think that might be the extent. Look. That's it. I don't know how it's doing that with the broken ass pose thing. But those are kind of the weights. Okay, let me try. Again, going back to this other way, like that. Okay, and let me run it. See, when I do it that way, it doesn't get the face. So, you know what? I love this problem. I hate like kind of having to dwell on it a little bit because there's so many more I want to render, but this is a super interesting like recombination of nodes and just trying to get this new set of nodes to work that are not normally together like this. So there's definitely a magic trick to it somewhere. Probably a more experienced WAN animate person would probably just be able to look and see it up here and be like, just plug this into that and that and that, and then it'll work. So, but the pose, it looks like the pose is coming out. It's just, I think it's the face part. This here, set face. Or no, it shouldn't be because that face looks right. It's this reference face that's not getting all the way in. So this is set reference image right there. And then we do have the get reference image here, which is piped into the right place. And then I was adjusting the strength of it here. So, oh, that is so gross. So that pose is just like so whacked out. Believe that? It's crazy. It's madness. So I increased the face strength a little bit and then let off a little on the pose strength. See what it would do. I took the pose strength down really low, but that definitely did not help. It seemed like it helped when I doubled it, not when I halved it. By the way, the private stream is up. If you guys haven't tried that yet, you should try it because it's higher quality video and audio. And lower latency, which is wild. Well, definitely not really that much better on the face at all. crazy how much faster this GPU renders these. Let me see how much RAM is being used. Is this even right? It says the VRAM is only using 4 gigabytes. I think it's sleeping. Let me refresh this. Yeah, it's only using like, well, it's reporting it's only using 4 gigabytes of VRAM, but it's using 44 gigabytes of regular RAM. CPU RAM. RAM. Oh my god. The face is there, but now the pose is all messed up. What if I make the pose go to like 2.5? The face stays at 1. I think it's got to be like, well, I do have the, let me see. This is the previous version. So this is how it was before. I'm going to try it like this again. Before we brought in the new pose, just to see what it does. The face. I like the one where it's just the head. And one time it was the hand, just the hand. So odd. Okay, now it's using 25 gigs of VRAM. I think there's just like a little delay. So it's not much. I could probably be doing this in my 3090, but it's probably still not going to be as fast. God. That's so messed up, man. So wrong. So the only other thing I can think, since none of that's working, it seems, tiled. Is it's just, it doesn't like, it's something with the scaling of this pose. The scale pose is not scaling very good for whatever reason. Crop position center, divisible by 16. Best we could tell. Oh wait, what if we do stretch? Or just, let's just try it, because once I leave scale, I'll probably leave it. Well, also, you know what I should try doing instead of like doing what I'm doing? I should probably try it on a different clip, like a normal clip, and see how it behaves. This one's tough because it's this overhead thing, but all that looks like it did before. And then I just changed the scaling. Wait, let me see up here again. I think maybe oh, you know what? 1280 by 720. So it does scale this image to that exact thing. Ah. It's got to have something to do with that. No, can't really even tell if we're getting closer or not at this point. This is the one where it just like, just does the head when I plug that in there. Let me try changing this to crop. And also I want to see what it looks like. So if I pull one of these out, just so we can see what it looks like. Little preview. Ah, okay. So crop doesn't work, but what I was using before was pad edge pixel, I think. Let's see what that does. Ah. So you would think that would be sufficient. What if you just say pad edge? What does that do? So that was working in all the other instances when you do the pad edge pixel. It just goes one color. I wonder if that's total pixels, pillar box blur, crop, and then resize would probably distort it. Hello? What's it stuck on? There it goes. All right. Got stuck on that job. And that is resize. But that is not the dimension of the video. So there's a mismatch there. Let me try this one. So this is like a blatant mismatch of cropping. But I just want to see for science what will happen. See if we get a head or a foot, or might even get a butt. Might have to close your eyes. I'll try to peek real fast. See what comes out. I'll just go whoop like that. Just in case like there's a butt right on the face or something. Could happen. This is AI we're dealing with here. So far that hasn't happened, so I don't have any reason to believe that it could, but we're also working with math here. Math can be energetic and random. Oh, it's gone. We cloned him out. We've invented a new video method here. We have. I haven't seen a workflow that just completely deletes the character that was posed. We created a pose delete right there. Cool. All I did was resize this the input image. Let me see what stretch looks like. Stretch just like goes. See what comes out. Yeah, I don't like the way that looks. That can't be right, but oh yeah, and I think that also kind of broke the pose. But that's actually what I'm messing with right here is this pose is expecting the reference image to be the same. dimensions, it seems. And so I don't know why it knocks it off. That's something I didn't see with the other pose methods. But I think it's just like we're probably missing something here with scale. Scale has a WAN 2.1 animate workflow that's pretty good. And I was wondering if that would be possibly better for this. And it could. We might have to try that. WAN 2.2 is going well up until this particular video here, where it struggled from the above. But I now remember that there is a WAN 2.1 scale that people were just talking about really recently. So if this one really trolls me and I think I really need it, then maybe I'll try the other one there. But yeah, that one's just completely destroyed. Looks like he's holding a gun or something. So that didn't work either. It's definitely, I think, this. Total pixels. What if you just say pad? I think it's one of the only ones I didn't run. It just goes black. It's a pretty small scale. But any of the pads should do the same thing. Like pad it just makes it shrinks it, and then there's just black padding. And then this one here, pad edge, just takes an edge pixel and fills that in. And then the edge pixel, it just kind of creates just more pixels going all the way out to the edge. So that's what the default was pad edge pixel. I don't know what the AI is really looking for with the padding. Maybe pad edge pixel just gives it more entropy or more noise or something. So it probably wants that. But it still didn't work. I'm trying pad, but pad edge pixel is what it was set to initially. All else worked though. Skeleton's a little messed up. I think it worked good once, but the skeleton was a little bit offset. So we're no, let's try to get it better. That's probably one of the best ones. Oh yeah, that's one of the head ones again. Shoot, we came back in a full circle and got the head guy again. I think the way I got it to work was I increased the pose strength with a head like that. And I think it came out a little bit. Let me try again. Pose strength 2.5. And then I'm going to try that one. Then I'm going to go back to the original way. Then I'm just going to skip this clip completely and try the new way on a different clip that has more potential to work without so much uncertainty. But that's so weird. I'm going to save that one. I'm saving some of the weird ones that come out for the bloopers. I'll save the one where we actually deleted the entire character. Because we might want to come back to that one and create share a workflow on how to delete the character from the scene. Call it anti-animate. We'll call it evaporate. Oh shit. Wait. Oh yeah, that's right. Because I have a broken pose kind of, or an off-centered pose, but I increase the pose strength. And so we get the pose back kind of, what is he holding there? And it's not right. I mean, you can see it's clearly not at the level of what it usually does. But increasing the pose strength actually kind of brought it out a little bit. But even if you look at this one here, you can see where the pose is not where it's supposed to be. So yeah, I guess it's just got to get better at the scale pose method. And I think I can test that by just using a different clip. Okay, so this was the old method. I'm wondering, is this the one also that gave us just the head? So here is the vit pose whole body. All right, and oh yeah, that goes right there. Missing anything else here? Okay, so there's the old pose method. Looks like it's struggling because the leg is kind of black there. And we'll let that one cook real quick. See if it just gives us the head again. And what was that set to? That was the pad edge pixel. Okay, so the next video will be, because I might have to give up on this one, just not even by choice, just because technically it's not there yet. But we got this scene here. That one looks easy. It's got a lot of bats that fly in. Let's try this on the new method. I'll save this. Those are going to the bloopers, man. I wouldn't even call them bloopers. I don't know, and don't even know what to call it. Something bad. The trash bin, practically. All right, and what came out over here? The head again. Ah, drats. Okay, new clip. New set of challenges. And here we have the reference image again plugged into it. That offsets the skeleton. Let me put this guy there instead. This guy. I wonder what it's doing with this node here. It seems to need to load that one again for some reason. NFL got warmed up. All right. Or NLF rather. Oh no. Get out of here. Let's try something a little different. Mask looks okay. Pose looks nutty. Wait, idea. Let me go to just straight pad. I don't think I would have even tried this method if I wasn't streaming. I think I probably would have like skipped the hard ones, just went to the default method because it was working for most of them. And so I may still do that, but we do definitely want to figure out how to get these things to work. And I know there's already a workflow from the WAN 2.1, so I'll have to go find that, and maybe that'll give me hints on how to get it to work with WAN 2.2. If it's even possible, it should be. It's using about 27 gigabytes of VRAM. Wait, where did it? Oh. Oh no, he's like all stuck right there. But the mask does look good. Pose is completely broken. I'm just gonna see what the outcome of that broken pose is. I mean, I don't know if it's broken. It's just like noisy or something. Something happened to it. Oh, it's close. So the hand is like kind of reaching out. It's got its own vibe going on, but it's not consistent with the original because it's got a hand there, and the hand seems to be maybe triggered by this whatever. I don't know what's going on there. There's like a bunch of lines. What if I draw hands and scale hands? If I turn that off. Still doesn't fix all this, whatever the hell is going on there. Oh, wait, it does. So the hands were just completely glitched out. So I turned hands off and at least the pose, you know, appears to be pretty bold right there. Let's see how it renders. Cool effect with the hand, though, in its own way. I'll save it. So we took that hand glitch out. We're going to see what happens. Please don't be something scary. Some of those other ones scared me. I think some of those like hallucinations can be like so blat. So that's it. It did it. I think it definitely did do it. Something did happen there, confirmed. Seems to be also very like consistent with the original, so it got it. But maybe, you know, we can, since it worked, we can compare it to the old version. So that it was 5 go. Shouldn't take too long because everything's already loaded. It's all hot. So yeah, different pose. This is the one that kind of came with it. This is the original workflow instead of the one I tried to enhance with the scale. And I'd imagine it comes out about the same because that one looks right, so it'll probably be something like that. Did I save it? Let me save this one we just made. And then we'll eagerly await the arrival of this original workflow and compare the two, see which one came out better, if that's even a thing. I'm live on YouTube right now and on the private stream. The private stream is just our own infrastructure, the Psynaps Superstream infrastructure, and real-time latency, or ultra-low latency, sometimes also called real-time. Less than a second, less than half a second in this case. Full resolution with even higher quality audio and video. So using HEVC and Opus for the private stream. All right, so there it is. They look almost exactly the same if you look on that side. Yeah, I don't think there's any difference. So there's the original workflow. Let's see how everything scales. Okay, here's the original. Yeah, even like the face. I feel like the original like looks a little sweeter in a way, but it might just be like a different seed, you know? Check like the hair. I think the hair looks better in the... I wonder if the scaling is... I mean, I'm just looking at the hand. It's the original. Well, what do you think? That's the original. And then this is the new version I tried. I think both have notable elements, but I think in any case, that one's done. That's what we know for sure for that one. And we can try comparing both of them again for the next clip. Let's see what the next clip is. Kind of progressing up the hole there. What's it called? The pit. The pit is what they call it. Ooh, it looks like it's going to be a tough one, according to that. It looks pretty noisy. It's like, oh yeah, let me turn these off over here. Gotta remember to save all these too before I turn this thing off tonight, because once I turn it off, I don't know if it saves. Some stuff persists, other stuff doesn't, and I don't know which is which. So it could be when I turn this off that everything disappears. So we get as much work done before it, gets turned off. And it looks like some of this stuff can also be done on the 3090. It'll just take longer. So if I have like a pretty good idea of what I want to render, I could probably queue them all up on the 3090, let them run all night, probably come back and they'd all be ready. So although the pose looks pretty messed up there, the mask looks okay. So who knows what'll come out there. Whoa, it is getting late. Watch. Public. Oh, I see. Interesting. Checking if the private stream is still alive. Because one of the elements of the private stream looks like it might have died a little bit. I'm checking. Checking all the elements. Oh, I see this render finished, but because the pose was all like glitched out, it looks like hands are flying on weird ways. All right. Oh, but you know what? Wait. Is this still plugged in here? Uh-huh. That might be my bad here for not going along with the new pose. Let me try it. Might need to recalibrate that. I found that this node did help after all. Oh yeah, I think private stream is okay, but I did see some weird little glitches. I wonder if that's because yeah, that looks okay. I think something. Whoa, cool. All right, it's about to finish. That didn't actually help. It's still, the pose is still like too glitched out, it looks like. And the mask actually got a little bit worse when I made those adjustments, strangely. Probably need to like pick those up a little bit. Yeah, but This scene definitely, scale definitely did not like the bats flying around and stuff. It didn't seem like it did very well. So let's try it without the scale method. I'm trying restarting the private stream because the WebRTC started getting a little bit glitchy. Might be my connection. The connection situation may have changed to that remote server I'm streaming to. I feel like that could happen because there was some weird stuff going on the East Coast earlier with DNS. Stuff that wasn't affecting, you know, any of my core servers, but there were just some like odd, you know, random servers that I have doing some stuff that just started reporting disconnections. And I was like, huh, that's pretty weird because everything else was fine. All services were up. I was like, must be like a little DNS, local DNS glitch somewhere. But private stream is back and it looks okay. It might just be OBS. OBS was having a hard time with the ultra low latency after 6 hours. Got funny. Wait a minute. That's not the right one. Damn it. That's the one. All right. See how the pose does. This pose is all glitched out too. Those bats may not be very friendly to this workflow. This is what I'm looking at right here. When it looks like that, no bueno. Also, you can see it's having a really hard time tracking that. And then when I tried the scale method, it also doesn't like glitch out in the same way, but also absolutely hates this particular pose. Oh, you know what? This is kind of similar to the top down. I think it might just be the way this model's trained because it hates some angles, it seems. Sometimes AI will be like really flexible. It'll just kind of, you know, it'll know how to like figure it out. But doesn't look like it here. This one of the last ones is just the head. That's that top down one that didn't work. Just rendered a head. Those are good. Do like a bloopers reel. Well, it's trying, although it's definitely not my butt. That's a big booty right there. I'm not that gifted. What was so different about this one? The pose. Even the pose is a little different between these two. Wonder if that's just happens to be like how I mean the mask. The mask is slightly, there's an expand of 11 there. Here it's set also to 11. So I think those settings are the same. But the major difference is this one has the scale thing in there. See how cropping is on this pad edge, pixel cropping on the reference image. And then also on that one. So. That's funny. So what did this one? Oh yeah, this one completely broke. It just like outputted. It output like arms. So it looks like the original workflow is a little more accommodating. That's like one of the problems I think with some of these custom workflows is you have to change a number of things for every situation. You know, every scene, you know, well, not every single scene, but for a lot of scenes, we've had to actually change a lot of the parameters. So it'd be nice if there was just like, we don't want to change so many things. So we got to find like a pipeline that's just like one size fits all. And that doesn't seem to be possible yet. So let me save the weird one where I got a big butt. It'd be cool if it just like, you know, he slouched over a little bit, but it's not going to happen because this pose is just like all over the place. So let's try the next clip, which has less bats, hopefully. Although we know how much Batman likes bats. Here's the top-down one again. It totally broke it last time. I would hypothesize it will break it again this time, but let's let it run through. I want to try to at least get a shot of him getting out. Ooh, the mask fell apart with all the bats flying by. That's interesting. Oh, that's right, because we have to remask using this. Let's try it. Yeah, a little better. It's like kind of wants to lose the wait, let me stop it there. I think we could do better. Let's try. Yeah, that did help. It did help a lot. Hey, what's the chance you all could send me one of these L40S GPUs? Either one of these or like, you know, a 6000 Pro or something. Unlikely, somewhat likely. Would probably get struck by lightning first. I think it could be turned to more likely. Depending on how we use it, I would say. I think we could get one of those GPUs if we did something super cool with it. Oh, did it? Oh, it just paused. Somebody on Reddit had a cool idea the other day. They said they wanted to create a platform where you could share your GPUs with other people, and not for like credits or anything, just for free. Just if you've got a GPU, just plug it into the network and let other people use it to render their comfy stuff. I was like, there you go. Oh no, that one's like too messed up. Ah, get out of here. Dude, it cannot do the top-down ones at all. Doesn't even want to. It's like, no. Oops. I did something I shouldn't have did yet. YouTube seems to be holding up pretty good. Hasn't yelled at me yet. For copyright because of these clips. You know, like it sees these clips and it's like, you must be doing something copyrighted. I don't think we're doing anything copyrighted here. Yes, there's copyright material, but what we're doing with it is 100% fair use. Absolutely fair use, because we're not this is educational. We're studying these methods. This is a study. We're not doing anything with any of this other than complete study. Now, maybe if I was a big YouTuber, like, you know, if I had a revenue coming in from the content, you know, on some measurable way, then you might say, well, maybe it's not educational, it's not research or teaching at that point. But what we're doing here is this is about as educational as it gets, I would say. I would say one could disagree, but you would agree. I think this is completely an experiment. Oh, it's not taking a while to render. What's going on? Was it a long clip? Ooh, how long is it? Uh-oh. It's not that long. No, it's pretty short. Wonder why. It's really cooking us up a good one, I think. Checking the settings here. Resolution is still 720. And it might have oh, it's using 32 VRAM, 32 gigs VRAM. It might have dumped. We might have needed to dump some memory somewhere. bro. What happened to our render times? Let's see. It seems to think it's rendering a really long video. I wonder if something is weird with the sound or something. This one doesn't say trim to audio. But this one does. Huh, I don't know. Just have to see what comes out, I guess. Mask looks good. Oh look, I didn't even update the this thing and it still worked. That's funny. I think it's bedtime. No? Well, we got to give a shout out before we do anything to Wolfric and Raybreaker for the subs and the biddies. And for those followers, got a number of new followers since I started doing the Comfy workflow, which is pretty cool. I think next time, well, you'll see some of the results of these because I'm going to play at the start of the next stream. I'm going to play some of these, even though a lot of them are still in very like rough draft mode. I'm just going to like put them in a directory and just like, you know, play them. And so we'll see what comes out there. But we got to make a montage with them. That's like the goal, to put them all together and make something funny. And these ones are like not much is going on as this guy's crawling out of the pit, but the other ones are like very fast-paced action, you know, a lot of running, chasing. So we'll find some more clips that are like that and see what happens. Maybe we could tell a story with these. And if nothing else, I think it'll give us ideas for like what we could or should do with some of this video stuff. I want to try to use this to make some B-roll video too. So these are just like silly animation, character replace type things. But I think I would like to see Wan's like, oh, did it finish? Just like B-roll kind of footage. Yeah, it looks like it got it. I don't know why that particular one took so long. Had plenty of RAM. But yeah, looks like it got the face, the pose, maybe the lulls. Better save it. We don't know what'll happen when this server turns off. Well, I'm going to bounce out of here and make sure I get this server shut down and get all this stuff saved. And then we'll pick it back up a little bit later. It's Monday. So it'd be nice if I could stream on Monday, but maybe definitely this week I should be able to stream. Tonight is when I'm wondering if I can do it again. I might be able to for a little while, because if I'm back here at the stream spot and I've got some of these rendering, may as well stream it. And even if I don't go live on Twitch, I can try the private stream, because it looks like there's still plenty to learn about the private stream too, because it kind of like started doing some weird glitches. I want to check on it. It might have just been for a moment that I looked at it, or it might have been because it was on for 6 hours. Or it might have been because Wolfric clicked on it. He was trying to load the other side of it. So there's the real-time side, and then there's the low latency side. And they're a little bit different. But yeah, I'm looking at the private stream now. It's still going. That's pretty cool. Raybreaker's in there. Thank you, Raybreaker, for all the biddies and for the hype and the support. I think it's probably... Damn, Wolfric. Wolfric always knows how to break it. He'll figure out. He always finds a way. No one else can find a way. Wolfric will always find a way to see what see how it works, see what it does, see what it's capable of. So I'll ask him if he tried it. He found one like problematic link. What else? Yeah, so this was kind of cool. I mean, it went a little bit slow because I kind of got stuck on this cave part. This cave part kind of threw me off, but I knew eventually there was going to be some hard ones. So we got a new workflow out of it and some new ideas. So that's pretty cool. And then what's the other one that's left? There's a whole bunch of them to do still, but I think we did Mission Impossible. We did Rocky. There's probably so much more to find in Rocky, though. It'd be cool to do some more of those to really put that to the test. Because it passed. Like, it did good on the Rocky stuff. It's struggling on this pit thing, but even on like the push-ups and the speed bag, it did better than I thought it was going to do. It didn't do any of this crap that we're seeing here with the pit. We're seeing some weird stuff with this one. But maybe the AI was trained on Rocky, so it already knows what to do. It's already smart. So I got to find some other ones. All right. Well, hey, I had fun. I learned a lot. So thank you guys, and we'll see you soon.